order. Please rise for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Harper Pedersen. Present. Commissioner Sanfilippo.
Present.
Commissioner Divney is excused. Vice Chair Marsters.
Present.
Chair Clapper.
Present. Public comment. This public comment is limited to items not on the agenda. The Commission may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed as allowed by the Brown Act Government Code Section 54954.2. However, the Commission's general policy is to refer items to staff for attention or to have a matter placed on a future Commission agenda for a more comprehensive action or report. Is there anyone here with public comment that's not related to items on the agenda? Did you fill out a speaker's card, sir? Okay. And these are not related to the agenda? Okay. If you please state your name and address.
Yeah,
please.
my name is Ben Fuller. I'm the president of the Greater East San Carlos Neighborhood Association, and I want to talk about a general thing that's not related to the agenda, but we had a meeting on Saturday, and it was a bunch of folks from the city came over, and we talked about the Eastside Connect project, and it's really one of the best things that's happened to our neighborhood in the history of Greater East San Carlos. We've been kind of drawing zeros for many years, as I'm sure you're all aware, and this might be an opportunity to get new trees to surround our neighborhood and preserve its territorial integrity. It's an opportunity to expand the sidewalks, to take away urban blight through the undergrounding of utilities in the underground utility district. And it's just something that I know that Al and other folks, Deborah, made happen. So in the context of being positive when positive is due, I do want to say that this is a good example of how we can all be working together and how trust can be built, because it's something that's very important for our neighborhood. So thanks a lot, guys, for getting that started. And we'll talk about other stuff later tonight, but just to keep it a little positive and start the meeting off in a good way, I'd like to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Gina? Oh, this is related to the agenda? Okay. You don't, okay. And Dimitri? Right, okay. Make sure I have the right one.
So in the spirit of goodwill, I'd like to second Ben's comments that we, as a community, there is a high level of mistrust between the city staff, and East San Carlos residents in general. So I do want to second Ben's comments and start the meeting off with a positive note. The comments I have that are not related to the agenda are with East San Carlos's street as a whole. Last night at 11:30, my wife and I were interrupted with a lot of loud noise because a new business had moved in into the Quonset huts that used to be Cardinal Sheet Metal. And my understanding was that there would be new rules, there would be some amount of work with any kind of company, new company that moved in. I walked out at 11:30, between 11:30 and midnight, met the gentleman who was very nice. He was there with his two children. Yet the building has absolutely no insulation, has had zero improvements. It is an echo chamber, so anything that anyone does inside is amplified multiple times. And when I say multiple, I mean multiple. I don't mean it's just a little bit louder. It's a gigantic echo chamber. And I'm deeply frustrated and disappointed after years, and I mean years, decades of issues with that building, that with a new business coming in, it's been over 5 years since the sheet metal shop was in there, that, you know, they're going to use it as storage. The guy had his power boats and all sorts of stuff coming in, pulling in at midnight, close to midnight. That there was nothing from the city that talked about the fact that he was right next to people's backyards, that and the city had done no effort, had put in no effort to work on soundproofing and building. For crying out loud, this is corrugated metal on top of concrete. It's an empty chamber that's existed since World War II. No effort to improve the structural facility to do any soundproofing at all. So it's built-in antagonism. No matter how nice the gentleman is, no matter how nice we try to respond, there's nothing they can do. They open up that door. It's ridiculous. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is, and as it relates to future comments, is it's really hard to trust the city and the Planning Commission when we've had issues that have existed for decades and absolutely nothing has been done about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Is there anything that staff might have in response to any of the public comment that would be appropriate at this point in time?
Just that we could report back to you regarding this occupancy. In no circumstance is it appropriate for noise to be emanating from a building and work to be going on at 9:30, and 11:30. Sorry, and we generally would hope that residents, when that happens, can call the sheriff, because they're really the ones who enforce the noise ordinance in that circumstance. But that is an issue of the operator that we will look into.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for the July 18th Planning Commission meeting. Any comments from commission members? Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's 3, yeah. Okay, now we'll move into the public hearing. Procedure for the public hearing. Staff will present a report on the history, physical features, etc. on the application, followed with the staff's recommendations. The applicant will make a presentation. Thereafter, interested members of the community may speak on the proposal. When all interested parties have had an opportunity to be heard, the hearing will be closed and no further discussion from the floor can be held. The Commission will then consider the evidence and make its recommendation. If you challenge a public hearing item in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing described in this notice, the public notice, or in written correspondence delivered to the city at or prior to the public meeting. Speakers should fill out a speaker's form found by the door and hand it to the recording secretary prior to addressing the Commission. The speaker should come up to the microphone to speak since the meeting is being recorded. This will assist the staff in preparing the minutes. So if you would please fill those forms out. I have 3 forms right now. And in the interest of using our meeting time as effectively as possible, I'd like to have some idea of the number of people who are interested in speaking. Okay, any other forms? Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chairperson and members of the Planning Commission. We are completely updating our zoning ordinance, and this project comes on the heels of the adoption of our general plan, our climate action plan, and our housing element. As you know, the general plan is a vision for the next 20 years of development for our community. And the key action that came out of the general plan was to update our zoning ordinance to keep it in compliance with the general plan. In the draft zoning ordinance that's before you this evening builds on the general plan and the decisions that were established in that 2-year general plan community process. So for this evening, in terms of the agenda and overview, I'm going to start with a general overview, a very quick update of where we are and where we're going. And then we're going to talk about the big ideas in the zoning ordinance. Michael Diet will be coming up to the podium in just a moment. I'm going to share that just a little bit and talk about industrial uses, so I'll come back up. And then we'll have Deborah Nelson, our planning manager, talk about the Planning Commission actions that are before you this evening. In terms of the bigger picture, the purpose of the zoning ordinance, the zoning ordinance is perhaps the most common city regulation that people come in contact with. It affects our daily lives in a number of different ways. It regulates the look and feel of our community, and while the lands, such as industrial, commercial, retail, and others, were established in the general plan, the zoning ordinance really regulates how the buildings look, how it looks and feels when you walk down the street. So many of the words that you see there came out of the general plan and came from the guidance in the general plan. In terms of some of the specific objectives, we knew that during, and we heard from the community during the general plan update process, that we wanted to create a new zoning ordinance and map that would preserve our community character. We want buildings to look right from the street, to frame our public spaces and promote a pedestrian-oriented community. We've presented you this evening with a form-based code, and this is a big departure from what we had before. What we had before is a conventional zoning code, and when you read our old zoning code, you'll see numbers and words put together to describe the building regulations, the heights, the setbacks, and things for our community. But the difference is that with our form-based code, we have more graphic illustrations to show people what we mean with these numbers and these words. So it should be a lot more user-friendly than we've had in the past. So these are some of the objectives moving forward this evening. Now, in terms of the process, we're nearing the end of 12 to 14 month process. We're at the public hearing stage, and we've been through quite a journey in just about a year's period with the zoning ordinance update. As you can see, we started off with stakeholder interviews. We've had a number of workshops with the Planning Commission. We've had study sessions with our City Council, and we also, as part of the update process, had a technical advisory committee. And this technical advisory committee was made up of people in the development community, developers, contractors, architects, and residential and commercial realtors, to give us a reality check at each phase of development of this draft general plan, to make sure that what is being developed is actually buildable and actually real in the marketplace. We talked to downtown business owners. We talked to them about some of the things that they were interested in the downtown. We talked to the Harbor Industrial Association at their meeting, and over a period of time, about a year, gave them regular updates. We also met with the Chamber on a monthly basis to let them know what was happening and how the zoning ordinance was developing. And again, the Planning Commission had 3 community workshops for different modules throughout the process. So again, we're in the public hearing review stage. This is our first meeting with the Planning Commission on the draft ordinance. The Planning Commission, your discussion, your recommendations will then be forwarded on to the City Council for final decision making. And so the next steps, as I mentioned, we'll be taking your recommendations forward to the City Council. And then once the zoning ordinance is adopted, one of the critical interfaces is how people interface again with the zoning ordinance and the map in particular. So we'll be developing a web-based application where you we'll be able to interact with the zoning map and get information, zoning information, and perhaps even applications at some point. So that's the next step after this. Michael Diet and his firm Diet and Bhatia have been helping cities across the country in this zoning process. And so we have Michael here this evening. He's the principal with the firm. And we have Deborah Nelson here, our planning manager, Jill Lewis, associate planner, Stephanie Bertolo Davis, senior planner, and we have Gavin Moynihan, assistant planner, who've all been deeply engaged in this process over the last year. And so we're all here to answer questions that come up and aid you with the discussion this evening. And with that, I'm going to ask Michael to take over.
Thank you very much, Al. Madam Chairman, members of the Commission, I'd like to first thank everyone for enabling us to get here to this point. We don't approach this as missionaries. We approach all ordinances in a very open way and are very grateful for your guidance, for all the community input we heard, and for great staff support. Zoning is all about trying to present a clear set of rules on how the general plan is implemented so everyone understands the expectation. So we've organized this code in a very logical way, put the up front those things you'll be working with most often, the base and the overlay districts, and then in one place capture the regulations that apply to some or all districts. So you only need to go to one article and see what those are. And then in the closing section, it's all about how the permit process is administered. Clear rules, criteria for decision making, and for providing relief when people need it. And closing with a set of illustrated general terms so that everyone understands. Let's see, Al, was it, I just, there we go. One of the important bridges between the general plan and the zoning are the purpose statements, which express what we call technically legislative intent. And this shows what you intended for these districts or regulations, and it really facilitates administration because it expresses what the city's goal was. And we've also captured the idea of having flexibility in use regulations, which you and many community members represented. 20 years ago, who knew about DVDs or some of the uses you see today? So there's a collapsing. You want to think about general retail or big box, large format retail, and not get into the old lawyers' use lists. And that's a new idea in the district regulations. In the same way, it's also important to know that we now have three categories. Rather than just permitted uses and uses that require a hearing, we say when we know what the limitation is, which is a series of footnotes, like not allowed on East San Carlos Avenue, that would be very clear and doesn't need then a hearing because you said at the beginning what the rule is. The development standards, similarly as Al said, have a lot of illustrations and tables. So it's much easier to capture the idea and express it, and then you'll have a column that would say, here where the additional regulations are, making it much easier both at the counter and on the web to navigate around the code. We tried to calibrate all these regulations in terms of what's actually getting built in San Carlos. So Stephanie and Deborah provided us with lots of maps, and we drove around and took pictures to trace through whether there are problems, how can we deal with them and address them in the code. The big idea in the residential districts is to think about what's getting built and not have the old suburban approach that they're single family and apartments, but really think about the small lot, the bungalow court, the townhouse, and develop some unique rules for each of those and illustrate them. And we got some good input from your architectural community on how to make sure that our illustrations reflect what you're actually seeing in the city, and wanted to then tailor the regulations to those illustrations, particularly in the small lot area, which we're seeing a lot of in California. You're shrinking the lot down, but it doesn't require necessarily a homeowners association. It's a fee ownership lot. In Los Angeles, in Northern California, in San Francisco, where I lived for a while, the lots are really quite narrow, but it's still providing that homeownership opportunity. And you base the development standards then on the physical development type, not just an arbitrary density designation. And that makes it a lot more useful for the design community and the development community. We also picked up the idea in the general plan of providing a way to get the corner store back in the neighborhood so you can walk for the glass of milk or the fresh vegetables and fruits. And what would be allowed, how big it would be. It's going to be limited to 1,500 square feet in a two-story building away from downtown, so it's not competing on an arterial street. And we thought those set of rules then mean that they're not going to be very many. They're going to be in the places that you want them, and they're going to be serving the community. And this would be a discretionary application that you would decide on. So it has criteria to guide decision making, but it's not by right. We also heard a lot from many community members, and you'll probably hear more tonight about the transition concepts. Right now in the industrial districts, you can build straight up. There really aren't any yard requirements, and you can go right up. So clearly an important point is to pull height back from the rear yards, centered on the street, have transitional landscaping, and make sure that any new development fits in as compatible with existing uses in the neighborhood. We also took to heart the point about pedestrian and transit-oriented development. Didn't write blank checks, wrote real standards in the code to orient these uses to the street, to have some very specific design and development standards. So when I say oriented to the street, I'm thinking about what we call in plannerese the build-to line, where you're coming up to the sidewalk. And you need to be able to see into the building with display windows or glass in the door so that you're engaged with the use, not blank walls, not an unfriendly or frightening environment. And this is the way that you have an interface with the public improvement requirements, the cafe seating, and other streetscape development standards. We want that street wall along the shopping districts that you have. Some are more pedestrian oriented, as in Laurel, than along El Camino, which has the auto orientation. And we want to get some height, but not too much height at the street wall. You want that upper story set back, and I'll talk a bit more in the mixed use districts about just reserving the top story for housing alone. So it's really a good use, it's a friendly use, it's visually attractive, and it's an important asset to the community. In the mixed use district, the big ideas are to reflect the desirable characteristics that the general plan laid out. The mixed use designations are those in the general plan. We didn't invent any new designations. We didn't change any maps. We're carrying out the decisions that were made by the council in the plan, but try to look more carefully at things like the Drake building and along Laurel to really tailor our mixed-use standards to San Carlos, to address, again, the transition I mentioned from these mixed-use districts to the adjacent single-family districts, to have open space, outdoor living requirements, both at the ground level and in the upper stories, and make sure that the entries are oriented or focused at the street. They're not coming in on the side or the rear, because that's, again, a way to engage the community and to have safety and security. We want flexibility. We heard a lot about the importance of being able to lease up these spaces so you really take a light touch on the use regulations, but say if anything is larger or at an inappropriate location, there's a public hearing and review process. We have commercial and industrial development standards and supplemental standards for the improvements, the orientation, the same ideas I'd mentioned earlier of transparency and articulation so that you're not getting big box development that really doesn't fit in. We address exterior materials, the pedestrian access, and where the parking is. We want to have a mix of spaces. We want entry plazas. These are where people can aggregate and develop that sense of community. And we want integrated design, circulation, deal with the shopping cart problem so it's not just all over the place, and have rules on lighting and shading, and I'll come to those in a bit more detail in a second. I'd now like Al to pick up on the industrial regulations.
In talking about the industrial district regulations, I'd like to focus on a couple of areas. Up there you see the 4 districts that are before you this evening. We have industrial arts, light industrial, heavy, and industrial professional. The light industrial and the heavy industrial are historically the same. The monikers there we're using aren't changing, and the zoning doesn't change a whole lot there, neither do the locations. But there's a couple of locations I'd like to focus on because it is a little different, and we've got some very real and unique opportunities in these areas. One of them you see there is called the Industrial Arts District, and that is this green area right here. And in the zoning code, this district is defined as promoting a building form and reserve areas for small-scale industrial artisan and manufacturing uses. Accessory or secondary small-scale retail uses that serve local employees and visitors are also permitted. What you'll note here is that there's a lot pattern and road pattern that's different than these bigger 2 areas, IM2 as heavy industrial areas, and you'll see that more streets run through there in comparison, for instance, to the IP zone, the industrial professional zone. It's something to consider as I move forward. The industrial professional zone is intended for large-scale or campus-like offices and technology developments, research and development, manufacturing, and large-scale professional uses, in incubator research facilities and such. So this gets back, we have a lot of different regulations, different documents in our city, and one is our economic development plan. And when we're looking at commercial development on the east side and in the zones over there, one of the things to consider is cities do zone properties and regulate to attract the businesses that are desirable in those areas and desirable for the economic diversity in our communities, and to support growth and investment in those areas and to increase competitiveness on a regional level. So one idea is to create a special sub-district for these special areas, and let me talk about a couple of those areas as I mentioned. Industrial arts. Again, this is the area around American Street, Center Street, Washington Street down here. Along Old County Road is located here, and industrial on the other side. And as we saw from that map, we saw that this had more roads running through it, and also the lot pattern, kind of hard to see on this photo here, but the lot pattern is more fine-grained than it is than some of those bigger IM or the industrial professional district. What you have there is a lot of smaller businesses. If you go out there and you take a look, what you'll see if you walk down the street is you'll see stonemasons, you'll see ironworks, you'll see construction, you'll see custom car builders, you'll see people selling craftsman-style tile. You can go to this neighborhood, this business neighborhood, and remodel your whole house, your whole business. There's a lot of business-to-business activity that's occurring. You go to get some tile, and the guy might find out you need a plumber, and he can send you down the street to the plumber. So the idea is in these areas, what we've seen in cities is that you can use it or lose it. Will you decide to preserve the type of service, unique service uses, where a lot of robust business activity that's very unique to your community is happening? We also know from our marketing studies that people visit this area from all over the Bay Area. And so the idea here would be to protect in zoning these uses for inherent conflicts. I think we heard from one of the speakers earlier that there are inherent conflicts sometimes between different uses. One of the issues here when you have these smaller service-related business districts is that you'll get, when economies change and economics change, you'll see a large campus that wants to come in. We're getting pressure from the South Bay and from San Francisco now, and as those economies start to fill up with the bigger businesses, we see lots of the high-tech businesses now taking up office space. What will happen, and what we're seeing, what we're predicting, is that those businesses are now going to move into the Central Peninsula area. So what we're presenting to you is the idea that this area should be protected. It's unique. It has some very unique and special qualities, and it generates jobs in our community that are different than the jobs in other parts of our community, and we use it as residents, and other people use it as well. Now, in terms of the Industrial Professional District, to orient you, this is Industrial Road, Highway 101. This dirt area is where the PAMF construction would be taking place, and we've got some development in here. Now, these areas, this whole area is proposed for IP zoning. However, these areas are not shown because they have been recently developed and are under planned community permits, with the exception maybe down here. So planned community permit is new development that has occurred under permit. So we have some large parcels. This is the PG&E site. It's about 18 acres. And we have some other businesses here which are perhaps half that size in acreage. But what we have here is a synergy. We know that PAMF is going to start construction later this summer. We have the New Gen facility, Nectar New Gen facility that's been developed in recent years. So what we are seeing and what's emerging is an area where we believe that there could be synergy with other businesses, such as I mentioned earlier, high-tech, green tech, software type businesses. And so, but if you go out there and you look at those parcels that are left over, you'll see the smaller businesses that are more representative of the industrial arts district. And so we have an opportunity here to establish regulations for both these zoning areas in the industrial arts district to promote the small scale industrial artisan type businesses that we see, and also for the industrial professional district. Now, we took these ideas to the Economic Development Advisory Commission and we ran it by them, and here's what they said. They generally agreed with these ideas, but they said make it easier for some of these older buildings, particularly in the industrial arts district, to be upgraded. We heard about the Quonset hut earlier this evening. Encourage new businesses such as a production and office, high-tech, green tech, computer software, and tailor those standards to those types of zoning that you want, where you want to attract these businesses. And they said a few other things too. So we wanted to get their opinion on this idea as well. So in terms of the IP side on the larger industrial business park ideas, these would be, again, large floor plates as opposed to the smaller businesses that we're seeing in the industrial arts district. However, we've also heard and we know that people want a place to go to eat and enjoy lunch and not walk too far. So it also allows for some small drinking and eating and personal service establishments in those zones. I'm going to turn it back over to Michael.
Thanks, Al. I'll close with descriptions of a couple of the other base districts and then go into some of the other regulations we've been talking about. We usually like to have a public and a semi-public district that calls out, as you have in the general plan, the public ownership and has some supplemental standards when you have a reuse of a district. And one of the big ideas here is to not let this land automatically go to a residential subdivider if for any reason a school district or another public owner were to sell it. We brought forward the airport district as is, and have the planned development district, which is your old planned community district, with a staging. We got some good input at one of the workshops with you, so that you can have very small planned development districts in downtown, but as you'd go out to the other districts, they would have to be larger to be planned. And in those, there still is that tie back to the density intensity standards of the general plan. So it's not a blank check, but it does allow for the specific site development and design criteria that are tailored to the uses, such as Pam that Al had mentioned. We have a gateway overlay district, follows the general plan guidance. We did refine it based on comments in the study sessions with you. We have the Hillside Overlay District. Again, there were some comments you made that helped us tighten up that language so that you're really getting the right look at the hillside development that might come before you. The neighborhood hub was a very intriguing idea in the general plan, but there weren't mapped. So in the zoning, we took the same approach. Here's a general set of rules that would follow, and this is how the neighborhood hub concept would be applied, but it would actually be mapped subsequently, and it's just in this ordinance that you have the, what I call the enabling legislation to carry forward. But we laid out some rules to get good spacing, to have limitations on the uses, and have standards so that anything that did come into those neighborhood hubs fits and is the right kind of use compatible with the neighborhood. I'd mentioned earlier that what we do in Article 3 is group together all the regulations that apply citywide. You'll notice there are two placeholders for affordable housing and actually for signs and telecommunications, because we're not proposing any changes, and why carry around an extra pound or two in your packet when we're not opening those up. The council will have the same regulations they have today. And I won't go through all the details on these citywide regulations. They're looking at fences, lighting, projections, screening, swimming pools, accessory buildings. They're all very important, and we had some good comments at some of the study sessions and fine-tuned and clarified some of these ideas so that, for example, with the accessory buildings, you want to keep those in the back half of the lot. They're important, but you really don't want them in the front or corner side yards. But you do want to be able to have washer dryers, not just sinks in them, so there's a little more flexibility. In the same way, the fence and wall provisions are pretty much what you have. You don't want tall fences along the street. The height and height exceptions is one that got some comment, and we clarified the idea that these decorative features could only be on the top of a building, 10% of the roof area, setback 1 foot for 1 foot, and could be up to 20 feet in the non-residential. But in the residential district, we dropped it down to 6 feet. It's not habitable space. It's just a way to offer a little architectural feature with a set of clear rules. And they're pretty much the rules you have today, tightened up again based on commission and public comment. In the same way, we took the same approach to add to, bring in best practices on lighting fixtures to protect dark skies and have the same kind of energy approach, maximum lighting fixtures so you don't get the glare, the spillover, and control artificial outdoor light. The projections into required yards are to give people that flexibility from a bay window to a deck or a stair, and to also allow for what we call reasonable accommodations for those who need wheelchair access. You need to provide that ramp. So let's lay out what the rules are in the ordinance and show that we're responding to those concerns and those federal mandates. Screening and swimming pool rules, pretty straightforward. It's all about providing security and safety. As with the trash and refuse collection, you want compatibility. You don't want to see them. We had a comment, I was looking back over the notes to make sure we can also use wood, which we clarified. We want the utilities undergrounded. We want to make sure that people don't build in the visibility intersections, which create potential accident problems. And landscaping is both carrying out the climate action plan and some of the new federal and state legislation on good water use. So they lay out a set of design principles. What are our expectations for landscaping that makes sense in the Mid-Peninsula? And what does a landscape plan have to include? But also to say to the landscape architectural community, if you have a better idea, come forward with it. This is what I call alternative compliance. We may say there are some specific types of buffer yards. You'll notice type 1 and type 2, and they have a certain buffering requirement. For example, on East San Carlos, between the single family area and the mixed use, there'd be a type 2 buffer yard, which is 10 foot wide with trees and landscaping. So it provides a certain screening and buffering. But we're going to say as well, if someone's got a better idea to achieve the design principle, fine, present it to the city for consideration. And the buffering concept is tied to what the adjoining use is. So you look at in this table, if you have a multi-unit residential and it's adjoining park or open space, it's just a type 1. But if you're down in a mixed use or commercial, you might have a type 2 as your buffering yard. We want to make sure that we get the trees in, that we get water efficient landscape. So people are thinking about the different zones on a lot. They're grouping plants with similar water needs in similar areas and using water well. A challenge in any new zoning ordinance is to make sure that you don't create what we call needless nonconformities. A nonconforming use or structure is one that doesn't meet the rules, so there's certain limitations then on whether it can be expanded or you get new uses. And you don't want to create these problems for property owners that you didn't expect. So there was a very, very thoughtful attempt here to distinguish between the non-conforming uses that are detrimental to public health and those that might be inherited when you annex land from the county. You still want to have use permits to allow them to continue to expand, and you want to allow for restoration of damaged structures, particularly, you know, if a home burns, let someone rebuild their home, whatever the rules may be. Parking is another important tool you have in zoning, and you don't want too much parking. You want to have the rules that support walking, biking, and transit use, and make sure that you don't impose unreasonable costs through your parking requirements. So we've done some fine-tuning of these, particularly in the mixed-use areas, and as Al said, the industrial arts areas. The other thing we did to carry out a general plan idea was to say in the new housing projects, the new multifamily, that you unbundle, you separate the costs of parking from the costs of the unit, so everyone knows, well, gee, they're paying $20,000 a space. Do they really need 3 spaces? And it's a way of clarifying this. It's an idea that's worked very well in San Francisco for many years, and it only applies when you have 10 or more multifamily units. And we also have a series of rules for how parking reductions can be granted for transportation demand management, some shared parking, motorcycle parking, or uses that are close to rail or bus transit. And if you establish parking districts where everyone, say in the downtown area, parks in a city district, then you have a process to collect an in lieu fee, a fee in lieu of providing it on site. We've got expanded bike parking, really learning from what Palo Alto and many other cities have done successfully. and put in place development and design standards for all the parking facilities. Another element of this ordinance is to be clear, as I mentioned earlier, on what the limitations are for what we consider potentially problematic uses: the large format retail, the outdoor dining, the personal services. So you limit the size, scale, or location of these uses, or you say they're fine, but only during daytime hours, not the kind of problem we heard during open comment. And we want to have those rules that apply to some of the special uses, the tattoo parlors and the like. And we want to say through transportation demand management, if you've got an arrangement, such as probably Pam has, then you can reduce the on-site parking requirement because you're providing shuttle services or fees or other kind of measures that will reduce the overall vehicle trip generation. And this is a program that's offered to projects with 10 or more units or more than 10,000 square feet of space. And we're telling them how they have to give you the information to decide whether they qualify for this reduction, which makes a lot of economic sense for someone to get approval for. We're at the last part. This is how you administer the ordinance. And most of the rules that you've got in place now are being carried forward. But we've consolidated things. We've put in one place what we call common procedures, all the rules that apply to any applicant and apply to the conduct of hearings and noticing. So you only have to say it in one time. And this will make it a lot easier for staff to administer, for the community to know what the rules are, starting with who's in charge of what. That's always good to just lay out, and so you know what your job is. The council knows what the expectations are for them, and Al's got a job, the zoning administrator has a job, and it's just a good way to start to summarize it in a table. So for every permit, everyone will know what's the advisory body, what's the decision-making body, how do you appeal it. And I'd mentioned those uniform procedures for not only the applications, but the effective dates, the modifications, the appeals, and we've introduced this new idea of pre-application review. I think most jurisdictions and most developers, architects really enjoy an opportunity to come in and say, tell us what the rules are. How do things work in San Carlos? And we also are committed to open government. That's why there's a rule called ex parte, the old Latin communication. What this really means is you shouldn't be meeting privately, as the Brown Act doesn't want you to do either. But let's say in the ordinance that you don't want any of these ex parte communications, so everyone knows the decisions are made up here in a public meeting. And we've put in as well the environmental review. We've clarified and expanded on design review so that it's not just the single family homes and the apartments, but there's a whole series of requirements. So you'll be looking at the commercial and industrial according to some specified criteria. Your residential design review committee has the same job it had before. You've got the same job you had before, but Al has more work to do. And I think that's going to be a really important addition. I'd mentioned the waivers before. It's always good to say that the director can do those tiny adjustments, but there are limitations on what he can do, and he has to make sure that any adjustment is consistent with the overall purposes and goals of the plan and the general plan and with state and federal law. And if he wants to bump something up for a commission determination, that's fine too. I'd mentioned the plan development process, which is really nothing more than your current PC rules. And you'll note on the colored map, we've shown where all the plan communities are. So no one's losing out on that. They can all see that their approvals are being carried forward with the new plan. Development agreements are new provisions. It makes sense to put those in the code so you have your procedures. You're not relying on what the state may do. And let's be clear on this opportunity to create a partnership with a potential developer. The zoning ordinance also was asked to address pre-annexation, to follow those general plan policies that said, what happens if we want to take on some of these land? We've got to apply the zoning ahead of time for those infill parcels or adjacent parcels. And we have a whole set of rules that were really specified in the general plan. We put them in the zoning ordinance. We didn't make them up. We're very clear on enforcement, what the nuisance abatement procedures are that you already have in place, and how you could have some new rules so your code enforcement officer could write tickets, just the way parking tickets are written. Let's write tickets for side yards, tickets to deal with the kind of problems you heard earlier in open comment. So those are the big ideas that Al thought I should do. I think now it's, if you have any questions for me, that'd be fine. Otherwise, we could go right into Deborah. Deborah?
Wait, yeah, I think we'll continue with you, Deborah, and then we'll have questions for all the staff.
Excuse me a second, it's a separate. Yeah, I gotta close this one first. So this is the third part of the presentation, which addresses the actions that the Planning Commission makes, which are several, and they involve the general plan, the zoning ordinance, the general plan map, and errata, and amendments to the municipal code. So as has been mentioned to you already, the zoning ordinance is the primary tool to implement the general plan. There is a map and there is a text. There are other titles of the municipal code, and they must be consistent with zoning. So we mined through and found 6 titles of the code that need amendment. And in all, we have implemented 188 policies and actions of the general plan and 13 actions in the climate action plan. And that's on top of work that's already been done in the last 2 years, where implementation of the general plan has included the sign ordinance, 2 affordable housing ordinances, the telecommunications ordinance, food scraps and organics recycling, the green building ordinance, construction and demolition ordinance, and a public arts master plan, in addition to some implementing measures that we just do as an agency. So we've been doing a lot. First, I'd like to address general plan map corrections. As we reviewed the zoning ordinance in the last number of months, we discovered a couple of unintended inconsistencies. And these are primarily in the hillside areas, where many of the developments were done by planned community zoning. The general plan gave them a land use designation which reflected the density at which they were built. So there are low density residential, the more common residential at 6 units per acre, and then some multifamily up by Crestview. So we have mapped those correctly now. The second are a couple of boundary changes. There's one down by Edgewood Road, which needs to be in our sphere of influence, and also the Winding Way project, which is up in this area, which was already pre-zoned but not yet formally annexed. It was formally annexed last summer. So there isn't a formal action other than in your motion acknowledge that these corrections are being made. And I'd like to move to the errata. This package was sent to the Planning Commission on your normal packet day, which was last Thursday. You received the zoning ordinance about a month to 3 weeks ahead of time, and then your regular staff report package 2 weeks early. Last week, we, in our mining again to find everything that we buttoned everything down, found some errata. That errata document was put online last Thursday, and so I'd like to review those. There are a couple to the zoning ordinance itself, and we would make a suggestion on page, it will end up on page 98, and that's regarding that's a table of the uses that are permitted in certain districts, and what we left out and intended to use, and the general plan would suggest it, is automobile and vehicle sales and leasing in the areas, not all the industrial districts, but the industrial districts that are between Industrial Road and 101 and between Shoreway Road and 101. The commercial districts in that same band, and you did that with the sign ordinance too, there are different criteria in the sign ordinance for that band, but the commercial districts already allow auto and vehicle sales and leasing.
Is there any space between Shoreway and 101?
Yes. Yes, Shoreway Road and 101.
Where can you?
Shoreway Road and
Shoreway is the
adjacent
one
to
that-
Shoreway Road.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there's a
sorry. It's the
difference
first-
between-
yeah,
between-
yeah. Thank you for
okay.
that correction. Then, secondly, in the regulations for districts near the airport, we did, as Michael suggested, carry forward the airport district. That district is regulated by the county's airport land use plan. The land use plan in the general plan also has these concentric rings that come out from the airport, which address noise and height and other activities for which the Airport Land Use Commission has authority. So that's not just the airport district, but districts within this concentric ring. So we have suggested added back into airport protection section to 18.21, which would be a new 150, and those will occur on page 207 and 213. And the exact language was in your errata. Then on the zoning map, the road into the airport is actually a paper street, so we feel that needs to be corrected. We could have done that anyway, but want to make full disclosure about that. And then the municipal code, which I'll get into the more specifics of them, but Title 17, as we looked at it, which was subdivision, we really needed to make some changes to that to reflect lot size requirements for multifamily development, to correct some of the application requirements, and to incorporate the transportation demand management for the condominium conversions. And then lastly, in the Adoption Act documents, there is an errata regarding, there is an attachment which is Exhibit C to both of the resolutions, and it is the implementation matrix of all the general plan policies and actions and the climate action plan reduction measures. We need to reflect these changes in the airport district in that implementation table. So we are implementing a policy and an action regarding the airport. Then, as you remember from some of our recent updates of the zoning ordinance, there are findings written into the code that you need to make when you adopt changes. Even the wholesale change of the zoning ordinance, you'll need to make findings relative to the general plan and public health, safety, and welfare. Those are written in to your adoption documents. And the basis for these, rather than go through all 188 plus 13 of the things that get implemented, we've put in two comparative tables. One, which is sort of geographically based, which shows, and it's page 4 in the resolutions, which shows how each land use district or each land use plan designation and the map gets implemented in text and on the zoning map in the zoning ordinance. And that's a comparative table that's 1 page. And that becomes a basis for findings. And the second basis for findings is this implementation matrix. And that's where we shorten our language to just adopting a matrix. And that will be Exhibit C. The map also requires findings. There are 3, so there's a little more text regarding the map in your findings, but it also, the basis for the findings reflect geographic relationships of the land use designations and the zoning districts as mapped, and also refers in that to the Exhibit C, which is the implementation matrix. This is graphically what the zoning map looks like. So the Planning Commission will adopt a Resolution 201103, which recommends to the City Council adoption of a zoning ordinance and map. Then I'd like to go through the municipal code amendments, the 6 titles: health and safety, public peace and welfare, streets, sidewalks, and public places, public services, building and construction, and subdivisions. In health and safety, there's kind of a nomenclature change to reference the new zoning designations, R3 versus RS, or those the zoning designations where there is control of medical marijuana. And also to move out of the zoning ordinance, the adult business ordinance. We feel it basically belongs in health and safety, with exception of where the locations are permitted for those kinds of uses. Public peace and welfare, Title IX, is the noise standard. Oops, I didn't mean to go there. The noise standards. And the biggest change there, this is where we would make changes to the noise ordinance so the issues that were brought up earlier in the evening can get addressed quite quickly. The changes in that really reflect what we've done in the zoning ordinance to reflect particularly residential neighborhoods where the ambient noise is quieter than stated in what the standard normally would be. And if there is noise that is 10 dB over what's allowed, then you actually have to have a greater standard for eliminating the noise offensive use. You talked about this a lot with the telecommunication facilities and hillside locations where it's quite quiet. Often the nighttime noise is quieter than what the noise ordinance would imply. So this adds another factor. In Title 12, streets, sidewalks, and public places, this is where you used to control trees. Trees are now part of a landscaping section in the zoning ordinance, but we've retained a landscaping section in Title 12 because we really want to talk about what who's responsible for the trees that are in the public right-of-way. And I might also mention that both in Title 12 and in the zoning ordinance, there's a great emphasis on having trees. This is a climate action plan measure, but having trees either in the first 5 feet of your front setback or in the public park strip, because streets on trees were of great discussion both in the general plan and in the climate action plan. Streets, sidewalks, and public places is also the place where we have moved where outdoor dining used to be in the zoning ordinance. It still is, but we need to have control on the public right-of-way because it often occurs on the public sidewalk. We've also addressed outdoor sales. If on Laurel Street, you'll notice that some businesses have sale tables out. We've allowed more of that to happen with this. But we do have a permit procedure, an annual permit procedure now put in place and put it in Title 12. In public services, Title 13, this is the second half of the annexation policies. There was a document of 52 policies that we used to have to implement. Some difficulty and required the Public Works Director and the Planning Director to determine whether or not something was going to get annexed in 5 years and whether or not we'd allow sewer hookups. So we've been very precise now, put in the code regarding sewers, and it's a brand new section. What are the instances under which a system, a failed septic system, could connect to the city's sewer system when it's not within the city limits? In Title 15, that is the building and construction, the council recently adopted a new green building standards code that has much of the requirements for efficient water use. And now with putting the efficient water use in the zoning ordinance, the section that was in Title 15 that addressed that issue is no longer applicable and out of date, so it will be just repealed. Subdivisions, there are several places where we have made amendments, but they basically, the changes basically reflect lot line adjustments which had been missing before, the new zoning districts as they're established in the zoning ordinance, the hillside overlay district, which was really in our subdivision ordinance, the part that talked about slope. It's now in the hillside overlay district and in the subdivision ordinance. And then to make it consistent with the affordable housing programs and condo conversion. So it's mostly for consistency. There are not findings in the code that says what you're to do with other chapters other than zoning, because generally you don't address these, but also, as we have been doing in the past, when there are two that are related, zoning and another title of the code, we bring to you findings that are really the ones that are in the zoning ordinance. So those findings, again, are repeated in the second resolution. And you will adopt that resolution 2011-04, and once again, that implementation matrix would be attached to it as Exhibit C. Just two more. The CEQA determination, we had a program.
Yeah, want a glass of water?
No, I'm okay. Am I sounding like I need it? The CEQA determination, we did a program EIR for the general plan, which looked at the build out and all the potential uses, and much of what zoning does is implement the general plan and implement the environmental issues that were addressed in the EIR and the general plan. So it's been determined that under the general rule, this zoning ordinance is exempt and no further action is required of you regarding CEQA. The motion is long and we can look at it if you get there. But basically you'd be acknowledging the changes to the land use map and adopting two resolutions for transmittal to the City Council that would include your recommendations on the zoning ordinance and the other amendments to the municipal code. So I'll put back the question slide for anyone that you'd like to ask them of.
Do any of the commissioners have questions for the presentations that have been made?
Not yet.
Not, okay. Okay, then we will move on. Were there any other staff presentations? Before I move on, okay.
Karen?
Yes.
And
Scott, I was going to ask you, I believe you had a comment.
Yes.
You wanted to disclose?
I actually need to disclose some ex parte communications I've had with some of the residents of the city. I've had discussions with Ben Fuller. I've had discussions with Sam Hirschberg. I've had discussions with Gina and Dimitri Vandellos, as well as I would say several of the other members in the audience here, concerning their concerns with the zoning ordinance update, mainly about height and setbacks and landscaping and zoning. So I just want to disclose those before we get into the public comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Marsters. Does anyone else have any speaker forms? If you could please bring those up here. Could you pour me some more, too? Thank you. Okay, Ben Fuller, please. I'd remind each of you as you come up to state your name and your address, please.
Yeah, Ben Fuller, 1035 Sylvan Drive, president of Greater San Carlos Neighborhood Association. I want to start out by saying that I can see that everyone here has done a heck of a lot of work, and I want to acknowledge the really hard work that everyone's done. This is not easy stuff. I also want to say I can see why you guys enjoy it. I mean, this is pretty cool stuff that we're talking about today. Now, I want to talk about what I kind of feel like is a perfunctory solicitation of input that may not be as authentic as it might be able to be, which is just to say that we as a neighborhood have been for many years talking about these 50-foot buildings that are perhaps planned at the Transit Village. And there's now something on Greater East San Carlos, East San Carlos Drive as well, which would be essentially 50-foot buildings across the street from our 14-foot homes that have been there for 60-plus years. And so I think everyone's aware of our dislike of this concept of having no realistic transition between these land uses. Now, you might say, well, why don't you just trust us? We can do a good job. And we tried that with the In-N-Out. And I'm sure you're very aware now that we got over 400 comments on Yahoo about this 65-foot In-N-Out sign. We've had KPIX did a video on this that appeared all over the internet and on Channel 2. They came out and interviewed us about that sign, and they basically noticed how these lights are going into our neighborhood. Now, I want to applaud the Planning Commission for having been smart enough on this one to put in a conditional use permit. I think that's the kind of work that you guys ought to be doing, and really I think that relates a little bit to this situation, because what's happening here is it seems like there's an existing proposal to put in the Transit Village, and then there's this zoning, and I don't exactly understand how it works, but it concerns me that 50 foot would all of a sudden be okay, and then this proposal exists out there. I don't know the exact how it works, and I guess what everyone's saying is that we should just trust you. And so I think that's what I want to talk about, which is I'm noticing sort of cracks in the foundation of how we used to work. We used to work together in a way that wasn't very productive, and I'm starting to see more stuff. I'm getting more calls from Al, working closer with Deborah. I think all of us are starting to work more closely together. I see Scott now is out here on the Planning Commission, which I think is a big, important thing for our community. And so really what I want to ask you guys is maybe beyond the perfunctory solicitation of input, we go to another presentation to our neighborhood about what is really going on here. We make sure that we're going to protect those single-family uses, which you've done a lot in this document to do. And we just make sure that these things that go in don't destroy our way of life. Now, I'm going to end with one last comment. My favorite comment of all the 400 comments on Yahoo about the In-N-Out was from a woman in West San Carlos, and she said, yeah, but we're from the real San Carlos. That's not the real San Carlos over there. And it really hurt me to read that. And I think that this Planning Commission is a far cry from the old way that we used to work with one another. And I just want to say, we're really hoping for the best. We're going to try to trust as much as we can, and we invite you guys for some more conversations about doing the right thing and lowering those heights as they affect our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, if we could wait, please. Okay, Dimitri.
Who is that man? That's not the Ben Fuller I know. I think I'm going to have to take his place. I agree. The presentations were wonderful. I almost had to hold back my tears. but it's important to understand that these are professionals. This is what they do. So this is how they make their money. So they're gonna present what's in here in the best possible light without actually getting into the nitty-gritty and the specifics. That's one of the things I want to do. But before I go there, I want to just talk about the big picture. I took notes as I was listening. I didn't have anything prepared to talk about today.
Thank you for interrupting, but can we have your name and address?
Sure.
As an audience member.
Sure. Dimitri Vandelis, 988 Montgomery Street. I'm also a member of the GESC, Community Association. I'm the webmaster and communications director. I've heard a lot of actually really eloquent descriptions from Al about preserving industry, preserving the tile shops and all that kind of stuff. That I actually do agree with Al that it is part. There's a lack of pretentiousness. We're not the people who would throw stones and say, you're not the real San Carlos on the west side or anything like that. Most of my friends are on the west side. I've developed relationships, and our children have grown up together. What is this east side, west side thing? It's ridiculous. But it does reflect in the plans that there is a difference in thinking. So, frankly, what Ben was talking about with that comment, it's like many people don't feel we're members of San Carlos. And I wrote down here, stream of consciousness stuff, we're the troglodytes, we're the second-class citizens of San Carlos. So another big, bigger picture view is East San Carlos Avenue. There was a lot of talk about preserving special areas and making special designated zones. But East San Carlos is one side are the backyards of single-family residences, and on the other side are the backyards of single-family residences. This zoning plan creates a scar in the center of our residential community. This is how I view it. How do you transition from a single-family backyard to another single-family backyard? You don't do it with 4-story buildings that could be 50 feet high. That is what the plan has. It makes no exceptions for East San Carlos Avenue for folks who live there. It's a fact. And not only that, but surrounding our community, what I can see over time is not just a transit village creating a 50-foot wall, but the entire community is going to be run by this. And it's going to create a siege mentality within our community and destroy one of the earliest communities of San Carlos. This is one of the earliest communities of San Carlos, so I hope you all understand that. Another big picture view. I grew up on the East Coast. I'm not a California native like my wife is. And I grew up in the 60s with urban development, where established people like Michael Diet, or previous incarnations of him, did urban development. This actually occurred throughout the entire United States, and there's a wonderful PBS documentary about it. Urban development destroyed middle-class communities, primarily ethnic middle-class communities, and it created unprecedented levels of urban blight. This is historical fact. This is not fiction. I encourage you to watch that show and understand that intentions, no matter how well they may be, by Al, Mr. Diet, by city staff, can lead to unanticipated, unbelievably negative consequences. Experts without dialogue and consensus with the community equals misery for the community. And what I'd like to say about that is, I'm not going to skip to that. I just want you to hold that in your brains for a second. We talked about encouraging pedestrian activity. That's something I heard mentioned. It's 2 blocks to downtown from where we live. Is it really that much of an imposition for someone who works in East San Carlos to walk 2 blocks to downtown? I heard Al say the other day on Saturday, hey, you guys can have your own downtown. I think that's a subliminal message, your own. You people can have your own downtown. I don't think Al realized that. That's what I heard. So the focus on saving 2 blocks of walking for a coffee shop or a liquor store or whatever it might be is, how does that fit with encouraging pedestrian activity? Walk the darn 2 blocks. I mean, it's ridiculous on the face of it. So understand what is being communicated to you does not necessarily reflect reality. So in my mind, it's not a burden. It's healthy to walk a few extra blocks. Transitions. I mentioned this before. How do you transition my backyard and my neighbor's backyard with a 40-foot, 50-foot high building, 4 stories? You don't. You have to make some exceptions. As you make exceptions for industrial arts, what about the residential community? What about this wedge? It's not really a scar. It's a stake through the heart of our community. With the zoning regulations as they are, it's a wedge that's going to create a zone immediately surrounding us, a stake through the heart of it to destroy it. And lastly, on the overall view, I'll be brief, I promise. I created a GESC poll. I am a computer professional. I have been for over 20 years. I've worked at Apple, I've worked at Adobe, I've worked at Avid, I've worked at DigiDesign, leading edge tech companies. Put together a poll. It's IP browser limited to restrict multiple votes. 52 votes. Over 92% said staff was negligent and ignored the conditions of the use permit regarding the In-N-Out burger. I'll round up for staff. Up to 8% responded promptly and effectively. If I had an 8% approval rating in any job I ever had, I would not have my job. 8% approval rating from the residents of East San Carlos, it's actually open to anyone, is not a good sign, folks. So lastly, on the general plan, it's a start. It's not all negative. There are some very, very positive things. I do want to acknowledge that. But it's missing certain key ingredients. It's a start, but it's an imperfect one. So again, what folks said and what I heard, pedestrian-oriented, in-and-out drive-through, that's what we get. It's an oxymoron. Streamline, review, and approve. Make it easier for developers to do whatever they want. Concern about noise. The ambient noise, actually, if you look at the rules there, as the ambient noise levels increase, the standards are lowered, and it's easier for people to break the law. I've lived for 20 years with these Quonset huts. And people, the building's been vacant for over 5 years. No attempt to upgrade the buildings. Community involvement? Who was contacted? What was the reality?
Excuse me just a minute. Two more minutes, okay? Because
Okay.
we've got quite a few other
I'm wrapping
people,
up.
and they need to get their
I'm wrapping
opportunity
up.
to come up, okay? Thank
Wrapping
you.
up, who they contact, contractors, realtors, business owners, Harbor Industrial Association, Chamber of Commerce, communications throughout the year, not residents in constant contact, businesses in constant contact. There is a bias. What about the residents? 3 meetings, no other reach out. Community input was limited to 3 meetings. Open government, it's really what's the minimum requirements within the law, what's not the spirit of the law. So how difficult do you guys make it for real residents who have real jobs? 3 attachments for one plan, multiple attachments to read all of the stuff that's in there, at least 8, if not more. This isn't a way to build trust. It's no way to work with a community. It puts an unreasonable burden on community members who have full-time jobs to get the information they need and the time that they have to provide you guys the input. Okay? So, the rubber hits the road when you see those specifics, and it's very important that you guys understand that. We're not NIMBYs, townhouses, unique stuff. It's not a problem. 4 stories, 50-foot high buildings. We're not the city. Conditional use permits are not something that work. We wrote a detailed letter about the In-N-Out. Staff's response in the San Mateo Times was nary a peep from residents. How can we trust conditional use permits? We have to remove the ambiguity that's in these laws and get down to the specifics to preserve the characteristics that we have. That's the point that I'm making. And I'll finish up. I have a few more things, but I think I got to the base of what was necessary. And the noise, one thing that Deb Nelson mentioned. The city hasn't done anything 20 years with constant complaints. How can we trust anything how can we trust the enforcement? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gina Vangelis?
Should I say my name?
Yes,
Yeah.
and your address,
I'm Gina
please.
Vangelis. I'm not as articulate as my husband, but I felt that I just wanted to be heard and just to give my 2 cents on the issue. Today I was sitting in my backyard and I was kind of imagining what it would feel like to be looking at a 4-story building in my backyard, and I tell you, it was not, it was just kind of scary. I've spent a lot of time in my backyard, and somehow just the idea of having windows looking into my backyard, shading down my garden, I just didn't think that was going to work very well. And I talked to a lot of my neighbors yesterday, and every single one was just really frustrated and kind of surprised that this was on the table. And my neighbors and I, we like our quiet backyards, and so it just seems like it would just be a huge, big building. If I had my choice, I think I would really propose that we get these buildings much like 2 stories, because the neighborhood that I'm in, everybody's pretty much 1 story. So to go 1 story up to 4 seems like a big jump. 2 stories. I was imagining what kind of businesses I could see behind my house, and like a 7-Eleven, something that stays up, open all to wee hours, didn't seem very good to me. If it had to happen, we needed businesses in our backyards or, behind our houses, offices, maybe some doctor's offices, something that operates from 9 to 5 and closes down at 5 o'clock to keep us so it's quiet. And that's just about it. All right.
Thank you. Okay. Harrison Rice, please.
Name is Harrison Race, 1047 Inverness Drive, and I'm what's considered a newcomer. I've only been here about 25 years. As I understand it, the residential area that we're talking about, the East San Carlos, which I'm part of it and proud of it, was built roughly starting in the late 40s. Businesses that we're talking about on East San Carlos Avenue, they're talking about Quonset huts, might be World War II. And at the time everything was put together, there was not much zoning. Well, now we come to where we have zoning and we have hundreds of pages that we're talking about, which is take a lawyer to read through it. And I've been sitting here thinking, why don't we take that little industrial part of East San Carlos, the 2 blocks, which you're talking about making anywhere from 3 to 4 stories, along with 20 feet above that even, versus 4 blocks of residences, 2 on one side, 2 on the other side, and turn those into professional office buildings, that type of thing. 1-story professional buildings. As the existing businesses move out, you can make it so that new buildings come in that will conform to the new building standards, and that will be a plus to the neighborhood, not a minus. Because we have this residential area that has been there for 65 years. And it, at one time, was a good part of San Carlos. But now with the berm of the railroad, we're now considered, oh, those people. Because that berm separated the two parts of San Carlos. Before the berm went in, it was San Carlos. You'd just walk across the tracks. But now it's two. Let's make East San Carlos greater part of San Carlos. And as time progresses, as the businesses move out, move in your professional people. This will have a very nice effect to an existing neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Let's see. Sam Hersberg?
Good evening, Commissioners. Sam Hersberg, 996 Sylvan Drive. And I just wanted to comment, David Fish, who's also on our neighborhood board, Greater East San Carlos, has asked me to speak on his behalf as well. I do have some prepared remarks. I'm sorry I didn't get these to you earlier, but I wanted to pass these on. Deborah, maybe you could pass those to the Commissioners. You know, I've been a resident of San Carlos for 14 years. I'm a planner by trade. I work for the County of San Mateo. I have for the last 20 years. In fact, Deborah and I were trained by the same principal planner at the County of San Mateo, so I understand planning. I participated in the general plan as it was developed. I participated in the zoning regulations as they've been developed. I was an early interviewee by Michael Hyatt. And in general, I think there's a lot of good stuff in the zoning regulations. I would say, though, that you have missed a step. And that's, you know, there's a big focus on economic development, but you missed the residents of the east side. We weren't included in the process in terms of outreach, in terms of the neighborhood explaining transitions that are contained in these zoning regulations that will define land use surrounding and affecting our neighborhood for the next 50 years or more. I do agree with some of the goals of the zoning regulations to foster a harmonious, convenient, workable relationship among land uses, ensure compatible infill development consistent with the general plan. It's how you get there. And like I said, there's just there's some issues with transitions and competing land uses. Our concerns on the east side are unique compared to the west side, and that needs to be recognized by the Planning Commission, and a failure to do so will mean even more upset east side residents show up to the city council meeting asking for changes to the zoning regulations. The Transit Village, just for example, which is proposed to be rezoned here, is the subject of an EIR that is still yet to be completed. Concerns that were raised during the rail corridor study done over 10 years ago, through the general plan to be defined further as part of the EIR, are being zoned right now to allow certain uses. We have concerns about the environmental impacts from the height and density of that development, including a whole variety of things that are outlined in my letter, but including noise, loss of sunlight, views. There's a reduced parking request, which is going to force parking into our neighborhood, and the noise from existing rail corridor bounce back, as well as from high-speed rail, which is going to take place. These are things to be further studied in the EIR, and zoning that land use before you've done that is not appropriate. We also have concerns about general commercial and light industrial zoning directly adjacent to our low-density single-family residential zoning. There's significant, like the gentleman before me spoke, how we got here in terms of land use patterns is one thing, but where we go from now is the subject of these zoning regulations. And East San Carlos, Hall, Montgomery, Industrial Road, and Taylor are proposed for further light industrial and general commercial right next to low-density single-family residential. And there are issues of transition and noise and height and impacts that really there should be better buffers, land use buffers, than what's proposed. Personally, I think if you were to expand the housing area, if you were to lower the density of the transit village and expand the housing around our neighborhood with more low-density multifamily housing, you would improve our neighborhood and provide more housing, transit-oriented housing, and we would not have the same competing issues of land use. Regarding general commercial, for an example, was related. In-N-Out Burger. Last Friday night, the whole board, a number of residents had to meet with the In-N-Out representatives to deal with issues of noise at 4:30 in the morning from deliveries, lighting from a sign that is better seen from our backyards than it is from the freeway, fluorescent lights that are kept on till 1 o'clock in the morning shining into people's bedrooms, and garbage which is blowing and spilling around to our neighborhood streets and the local creeks. So we're negotiating with them, In-N-Out, and trying to come to some solution. But if we can't come to a solution, we're going to be bringing that back to the city council for reconsideration of that use permit, because there are real concerns there. I have additional comments here. One of them is about noise. And the ambient noise, just because the noise ordinance may not have been implemented consistently by the city over time as it affects our east side residences, and that's the new normal, and then noise levels are on top of that, compared to the west side where there's a different noise standard. I mean, we really have to, be fair to the east side compared to the west side. You can't just keep pushing noise and impacts into our neighborhood and expect us to take it, because the zoning regulations are one thing, but every land use development that comes up is going to have a conflict. And we would love to work with you to head off these conflicts now rather than do it later. And I think if we were to take one more step and meet with our neighborhood and explain what these changes are and how it affects them, and explain the land use issues and solicit our neighborhood's input, because we really haven't been, you went to the Harbor Industrial area, you went to the downtown businesses, but you haven't reached out to our neighborhood. We're the only neighborhood association in the city. We've been there for 60 years, and we really deserve another stop before this goes forward to solicit our input, and so everybody understands how this affects them, provides the feedback, and then go to the city council. So I'd like to specifically make that request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. David Crabb.
Hi, I'm Dave Crabb. I live at 289 Crestview in San Carlos. I'm here tonight as a representative of the Sustainable Land Use Committee of the Sierra Club, the Loma Prieta chapter. You're probably wondering why the Sierra Club is here at a zoning meeting. And after all, we typically have not been considered kind of trying the group to slow down development rather than encourage it. But in the past few years, we've come to understand that our mission to protect open space, preserve wildlife, and reduce greenhouse gases is directly affected by traffic congestion and how and where we develop new roads and buildings in our local communities. Thus, we find ourselves promoting the concentration of higher density housing, businesses, and retail within the existing downtown areas and along significant transportation corridors to reduce auto travel, reduce air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, and to direct new development away from our wilderness areas. So tonight, I think we want to talk about mainly the multi-residential, mixed-use, and transit-oriented development section of the code, the downtown concentrated area. And but then we generally like the aspect of the code. I've got some specifics. We have a few comments we want to make, but let me start with what we like about the code, at least in that regard, is we like the commitment to the form-based code, form-based shapes, because it directs developers to include greater articulation and architectural character in the design of their developments. And that lessens the visual impact of new developments on existing neighborhoods and hopefully makes new developments more acceptable to the community. We like the addition of the new mixed-use zones. to guide the design of new high-density multi-use developments in the downtown area, and the setbacks have set up and all the criteria about how it faces the street and the build-to lines. We like the inclusion of the landscape design principles, which encourage the use of natural, native, and drought-resistant landscaping. We especially like the requirement for unbundled parking in the all-new residential areas of 10 units or more, because that gives the, it really puts the true cost of parking right out there, so that people buying understand what that's all about and can make a choice of whether or not to have that 2 cars or 3 cars per unit. We like the reduced parking standards in the mixed-use zones and the affordable housing development, because it recognizes what we've seen from the studies we've seen is that the need for parking is significantly reduced in this type of development just because of the nature of that type of development. And we also especially applaud the requirement that the larger projects do a transportation demand management program. And also the list of some of the trip reduction measures that they've built into the code, which we feel was quite comprehensive and gives a developer a real opportunity to think about, well, bicycle parking or shuttles or even telecommunication, a lot of things that they can do to reduce traffic, which is always the big bugaboo when you come before the Planning Commission. So with all that said, we still think there's room for some improvement to the code, including to enhance transit and walking alternatives. And again, this is trying to concentrate our development right in the center of downtown. So we'd actually like to see, contrary to what you've just heard, that we'd like to see some of the multi-use and areas in the family actually to exceed some of the 50 to 59 unit densities, but not necessarily to increase height. The density doesn't necessarily relate to height. If you could use, smaller units can build within the same envelope as larger ones. And the more density you get downtown, the more use of the more people to shop downtown, the more use of transit on the transit station. So we prefer like that. We'd like to see a further reduction in parking requirements actually in the transit-oriented developments. We've found that about 1.3 cars per unit is a ratio that most studies have shown that is a reasonable ratio for transit-oriented development when you're literally right there at the train station, and we, of course, have our train station right here. And then lastly, we encourage what we call parklets. You may have seen these. They're an alternative. This would be, let's say, on Laurel Street in the downtown area. These are an alternative to on-street parking in the downtown area, where one of the things that the code's trying to do is to encourage the pedestrian amenities along the commercial areas and somewhat widening the sidewalks in places and so on. And since we're kind of built out already there on Laurel, these parklets are an opportunity for a business to make a decision that maybe they could forego the 2 or 3 on-street parking spaces immediately in front of their establishment and instead convert that into a widening of the sidewalk, which they could use if they're a restaurant for eating out area, or it could be a little park area, or they could be a sculpture, something that adds interest for the people on the sidewalk. So it would be a choice that an individual business might want to make. And so we thought that had some real benefits to walk. So, our big thing, we'd like to see more walking, more biking, less driving. And I think, transit-oriented development downtown high density is the way to go. And I think this code is heading in the right direction, pretty much. But we'd like to see those additional things considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? David, can I ask you a quick question? The idea of parklets is intriguing. Where would a business who decided to have a parklet put their parking? Where typically in the past, has this been done somewhere?
Oh, San Francisco's doing it all over the place.
And where do they put the parking?
Well, in San Carlos, it would, the parking would go to the lot back, where the Wheeler Plaza is, or on the other side, or which I thought the whole concept of Wheeler Plaza and the new parking garage was, in fact, to build parking back there so that you don't have to have necessarily a lot of parking on the streets. And a lot of times, I've driven down Laurel a lot of times, and I can't find parking on Laurel anyway. I just automatically go to that lot behind, and it's not. How far do you have to walk from the area of Wheeler Plaza to a downtown shop? So I would feel like if you lost 3 parking spaces downtown, and you're making it up, and the new Wheeler concept is to make more parking.
The concept, but the concept is if you created parklets, would the business that gave up those 3 parking spaces have to create 3 parking spaces somewhere else?
No.
Or would they just give it up?
I would say they would just give it up. And it would just fall under the municipal parking, We should have that anyway. We should have our businesses, shouldn't have to, everyone do individual parking. That's why we have municipal parking lots, so that they can buy into the parking district or whatever to provide for the parking.
Does staff have any comments to add to that while we're on that particular topic?
Just that our recommendations to Title 12, the streets, sidewalks, and public places, would allow a permit for that kind of use, and they're evaluated case by case.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the last speaker form that I have right now. Is there anyone else who has a speaker form? You need to bring it forward right now, please. Devin Mullane.
Hello, my name's Devin Mullane. I live at 964 Montgomery, and I am a newer resident to San Carlos, but I grew up in the area as far as Redwood City and San Carlos. And I actually just found out about this meeting at 5 o'clock when I got home from a little trip out of town. As far as finding out that we may potentially have 4-story buildings right behind my back fence, I'm really not thrilled about that. And on the In-N-Out thing, that actually made it to USA Today, the sign issue. So that's a national paper. That's kind of not small beans. Aside from that, we want to bring in these businesses and these companies and change the zoning in there so they can move in. That's great. Some of those people, sure, they'll take the train, and their clients, though, aren't necessarily going to be taking the train, and there's not a lot of parking back there. And that's already been brought up, where we don't want people parking in front of our homes and just filling the area up. So that's another point. The other thing that I'm concerned about, and it's kind of resonating, and I realize this is pushing it towards the future a little bit more, but I don't want to see some sort of eminent domain issue coming in where, there's this whole redevelopment thing in the future because the zoning's been changed, and it ends up like downtown Redwood City, where that's great that they put in the theater and stuff, but it also came back to bite the city in the butt, because they got sued by all of those businesses that got kicked out of there. They weren't supposed to be. There was no true eminent domain. I don't want it getting pushed to that point where the residents, we're not the real San Carlos. Yeah, that sits real well with me as well. On the east side, we've got, like we've already established, some of the oldest homes. And my wife has actually lived in my home for the past 7 years. All right, it's not a long period of time, but there's a lot of families that have been established there. There's a lot of people that have lived there much longer than even the 25 years that we've had established. And to have something that gives that sort of opportunity is very discouraging. It's disheartening. So be wary. Be wary of where the steps are taking us. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tony Gabb.
Thank you for being the last person up. My name's Tony Gabb. I live at 30 Bayport Court. And Michael, I appreciate you blowing through the slideshow, because what I learned from that is a couple things Michael said was, it works in San Francisco. And I don't want to be, forgive me for being, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to be upset with you, but do you live here? No. So you don't live in San Carlos, and you probably don't live in San Francisco. No. So, have you parked in San Francisco? Do your kids go to school there? It is impossible to park, to go to school there. So if it works in San Francisco, it will not work here. I've lived here, born and raised, 48 years. My birthday was Wednesday. And I'm here to tell you, there's a reason why I live in San Carlos and not San Francisco. Most of it is because the community. You don't get this in San Francisco at all. The other thing that I have to say is schools. So if we start putting more commercial out in East San Carlos that nobody really cares about except the people that live there, we're in like the second greatest school district in the nation. Do we know that? Britton Heights, Loyola, White Oaks, what's the other one? Arguello, St. Charles, these are all capital schools. You know what it costs to go to school in San Francisco? Because you don't live there. You can't get into a public school because they're crap, and it's $10,000 for kindergarten for a private school. So there's a reason why people want to live down here. If you start making this more of a commercialized area in more of a residential neighborhood, you are absolutely killing San Carlos. The other thing you talked about was expanded bike parking. We live here. Who's going to bike anywhere? Who cares about bike parking? Anybody? We're supposed to be walking to where we're going, not increasing bike parking. You also mentioned about creating problems that didn't exist, that you didn't want to expect. Or, excuse me, creating problems that you don't want to expect that didn't exist. If that was an issue, why are we dealing with In-N-Out Burger? I don't understand that. That sign is 65 feet. People fought over the Eureka Bank building, which was 45 feet. And then it just dwindled down to maybe 30, and they have a 65-foot sign. I spent my week in Lake Tahoe. Going up and coming back, my wife said the same thing. How come we don't do that? There's a little sign half a mile before the exit that says In-N-Out Burger. There are no signs 65 feet high, but I'm not going to go into that. The other thing is, I'm just hugely frustrated with the way the East Side San Carlos is treated. It was not like this when I moved here, and all I hear is more. I mean, I grabbed a packet that was 80 pages, and the poor woman spoke here, and you asked her for water. That was a lot of crap to go on about what really matters, which is our little downtown, which is the corridor that rides us in here, which is how people get off the train, which is how people get on the train, which is how people get off the 101. And now we got In-N-Out Burger, and we have more potential chaos coming up. Does anybody here expect this to get better or worse?
Okay, thank you. Susan Norris.
Good evening. I'm Susan Norris, 952 Montgomery Street. I've lived in the house for 23 years, a house that was built in 1939. We raised our family here. I work in San Carlos for the school district. And please don't zone East San Carlos Avenue with 4-story high buildings. I don't want to be forced to have to sell my house. And I'm pretty sure that the motto for San Carlos is the city of good living, not the city of good shopping. Please keep it the city of good living for all of your residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Myra Greenberg, and then this is, Myra's the last speaker's form that I have. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Okay, thank you.
My name is Myra Greenberg. I live at 946 Montgomery Street. I'm just going to address a few sentences to the East San Carlos, the street of East San Carlos. where it's used for commercial traffic, a lot of trucks and that kind of vehicle go down there. But I'm also going to comment that on Montgomery Street between Old County Road and Industrial Road, many trucks seem to find that a convenient route to take instead of East San Carlos. And so that brings a lot of UPS and even larger delivery trucks and other large vehicles right on that residential street. And I'm commenting on it because I don't think it's safe, and also because that is, not what I consider the normal or average kind of traffic that the residential neighborhood should be having to deal with. And I just thought I'd bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other speaker forms? Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for people who have spoken before we close the public? Oh, one more? Oh, okay.
How you doing? My name is Dan Figueroa, and I live at 970 Montgomery Street. And I just want to let you know that I would really be unhappy if there was 4-story buildings built in my backyard. I bought the house. I've lived in the neighborhood for 13 years, and that would really be upsetting to me. I mean, I got to deal with a 6 o'clock garbage pickup in the morning, big truck, right in my backyard. And I wouldn't like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Catherine Blink, and I live at 1022 Cherry Street, and I've lived there for the last 15 years. I grew up in Woodside. I went to Cal Poly. I chose to move back to this area, and I chose San Carlos as my home, the city of good living. The reason I chose San Carlos is because it had a darling little village character. I could buy a home where I could walk to downtown, I could walk to the train, I could walk anywhere I want. And I am a single woman raising my family on my own, so I am in what is basically your low-cost housing on Cherry Street compared to the rest of the area. But I am a San Carlos resident. I do resent always being made to feel like I'm a second-class citizen. I'm a college graduate, a business owner. I've raised a family. I'm as good as anyone else. And the attitude I feel is that because I chose to live in this darling little community with all these little families and these older people who've lived there all their lives, where you can step outside your home and you can see 15 people that you know stepping outside of their home, and everyone waves good morning in the morning when they're leaving for work, that somehow that doesn't count. And it just doesn't seem fair, and I wanted to say something because I don't want 4-story buildings. I don't really want 2, but I would be accepting of 2. But I think it would ruin the character of our neighborhood, and unless you live there, you don't really realize. It's like an old-fashioned neighborhood. It's like Leave It to Beaver. It's like Dennis the Menace. It is like I know all my neighbors for 4 blocks, the names of their children. They walk by, they come and they pet my dogs, they come on Halloween. And I truly feel that if you allow this zoning of these businesses to be so tall and so big, that it will totally ruin what is a viable, lovely working neighborhood and what many people would like to live in. I know my friends on the Hill, they don't even know the names of their neighbors. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, before we close the public comments, do any of the commissioners have questions for any of the people who have spoken at this point? No?
Actually, I have one quick one. Dan, was it Dan 970? Yes. Are the garbage trucks still doing the noise there, or have they stopped in the last couple of weeks? The dumpster. Are they still doing it, or have they? Okay. Thank you. You want me to do it?
Did you have another? Well, so should we close the public hearing before we have staff respond to public comments, or should we leave?
Yeah, Madam Chairperson, I think that would be the way to go. Is you can always open it up later, but to close it now and start on commission questions, and we'll try and assist you with that.
All right, thank you.
So I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chairperson, I see a number of people leaving, and I'd like to address the commission and the crowd before everybody leaves. Just to remind the commission and the people in attendance this evening that now is where the real work happens at a planning commission meeting, and I see a lot of folks leaving, but since this is on TV, and if you do have to go home, I encourage you to watch this on the cable channel on the computer so you see what happens next. At a public hearing, we hear the public, and then there's dialogue, and there could be changes to the ordinance based on the comments that the commission heard this evening. So if you want to hear firsthand what the dialogue is going to be about this evening, I encourage you to stay. But again, you could always watch this on our cable channel on the city website. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Yeah, I was hoping that we would be addressing some of the questions that people have asked so that we make sure that the commission all of the commissioners are comfortable with the information that they have. So who would like to start with their list of questions? Flip a coin here.
Or that Scott starts, since I think a lot of your questions may address some of the comments from the crowd. That
Okay.
would be my preference.
Steve, are you comfortable with having Scott start off with his questions first? Should we do that?
Actually, what I would like to do is to actually have Deborah respond to some of the comments from the crowd first, unless you want me to start with the process.
And Deborah, I am just Madam Chairperson. I'm prepared to also address some of those issues and have been thinking about some of the things that we heard as well. So I'm ready. I think Michael is ready to address some of those issues as well.
Without us posing each of our individual questions that we would like to follow up on that were raised by public comment, would each of you like to please step up and address those that? And then whatever you haven't addressed that we had questions about, we will ask you. Would that be an appropriate way to approach that right now?
Yeah, I think in a broader, staff can take sort of a broad brush approach to some of the general comments that we heard. But again, we also heard some very specific comments with regard to the zoning regulations on East San Carlos. We heard height issues. We heard less about uses, which I was a little bit surprised about. I thought we'd hear more about the uses that are proposed, but we did hear a lot about height, transitions, and that kind of thing. I would wait.
If I could interrupt, I would like to hear about the uses, though, because I think there was some implication of there being some uses that I'm not sure are how they actually fit with the list of uses for that mixed-use neighborhood zoning.
Yes, and we're prepared to talk about that specific and get into details on that as well. And so it would, though, it would help to hear what the commissioners' responses are to some of those things, too. But I'm going to take a broad brush approach at first, and then if we could hear more specific questions or comments from the commission, it will help to direct the dialogue on staff's behalf. So to start off, this is a public hearing this evening, and I think it's real important to think about the words public hearing. I mean, what part of the job of the commission and the city staff is to hear what the public has to say and then to react to that. And I think that's what happened this evening. I thought it was a really good opportunity for us to hear what the Greater East San Carlos neighborhood had to say about some of these draft zoning regulations. This has been, as I noted in the earlier presentation, it's been about a year of work that's gone into this. While we have directly addressed some other business associations and such, we have gone to the community, and we had 3 community workshops where we invited the entire community, not just one neighborhood or another, but the entire community on 3 different occasions. And the Planning Commission spent hours on each of those occasions talking to various members of the community. At each of those meetings, we did see Greater East San Carlos board members. At, I believe, each of those meetings, we heard comments from board members with regard to transitions, with regard to hazardous materials, with regard to incompatible uses, with regard to height and other issues. So the commission, this is not new information, I think, for staff or the commission from the neighborhood. I think the board represented the neighborhood very well at those meetings. And so, again, that was an opportunity for the community as a whole. I have offered on at least 2 occasions to address the Greater East San Carlos neighborhood and go to their board meetings or their neighborhood meetings that the board sets up. Those meetings have not occurred. I offered in a phone conversation with Mr. Fuller and also at a meeting about In-N-Out with the Greater East San Carlos board. But again, that never occurred. I think I've spoken at just about maybe every neighborhood meeting since the Greater East San Carlos neighborhood was reformed from the Loyola Association. So I've talked to Ben and other members. In fact, just this last Saturday at our community open house at the Loyola building for a major infrastructure project on Old County Road, I spoke to dozens of people in the Greater East San Carlos neighborhood about zoning, about undergrounding of utilities and other issues. So I think the issues are very clear, and I think that as part of the dialogue this evening, and perhaps if you don't come to conclusion this evening to everybody's satisfaction, there's another opportunity to address this, to get word out to the neighborhood if it doesn't happen at this meeting. Now, with that said, I think that staff and the consultant has thought about some of the issues that we've heard, and we have some practical solutions that we could offer for the Commission's consideration. And so we could go ahead and address those issues, but I want to hear if that's what you want us to do. You may have other more pressing issues, so I'd like to get a little direction from the Commission at this point.
So Al, just so I'm clear, so you, and I'm aware of what the city did with respect to this project. So what I'm hearing from the folks who spoke is that they were completely ignored and that they don't want what's already in the general plan that everybody approved at some couple months or so ago about high rises and what have you. So I don't understand who's telling the right story here, because I know that there were those outreaches, and then I'm hearing from Sam and Ben that, you know, we didn't know anything about this. It's kind of what I got out of it anyway. No, that's not what you're saying.
Well, no? I mean, it's good that you mentioned the general plan process, because the land use for this area, and specifically the East San Carlos Road and along Old County in front of the train area there, the land use for that, meaning the mixed-use neighborhood designation, was established over a year ago, perhaps 2 years ago now, as part of the general plan process. The general plan process was a 2-year community-wide process, and there was a great deal of discussion. We had over 70 meetings. We had a Greater East San Carlos, or we had a general plan advisory committee that had 2 members of the East San Carlos neighborhood on it. And these decisions, again, and we had a community meeting at the Hiller Museum where over 100 people showed up, and we brought out maps. We talked about what people wanted. And at the time, the discussion in the greater East San Carlos neighborhood was that there was a couple issues, and I'm prepared to walk you through the map. But one of the issues that we've heard historically is that there's not enough smaller retail service uses in the neighborhood, that folks do, for better or worse, have to go across Holly Street or through the grade separation to get to services and small cafes and get fresh groceries on the west side. That is a fact. You have to do it that way. And so that was one of the things. The other thing is, and Deborah, if you could get to those slides, but
the zoning map.
I'd like to go and start talking about. I have some slides, Deborah, in there in a PowerPoint presentation about what the current zoning is and what there.
Al, can I clear something up
Sure.
a little bit? The zoning was put in place the land use was put in place a year and a half ago, or roughly a year and a half ago, 2 years, by the general plan. But the details of the zoning are just coming out here. Okay, for example, the details of height, the details of what's going to be allowed. This is the first time anybody's seen a lot of that. Okay.
Thank you.
And
That's a
so
good clarification.
that's a real difference here. Okay. So the zoning was approved, but the actual what's going to be there, how high it's going to be, what the setbacks are, all of those details.
The density, though.
We knew the density,
You knew
yes.
the density, so
20 units
it's a
per
math
acre.
equation after that. So you knew it was going to either have to be high or fat, one or the other.
Right, and so that's an important clarification. What I was getting at is historically kind of how we built to this point today. And what I said in the earlier presentation is that the land use decision to say that this is mixed-use residential land use from what the current land use is, which was industrial. Okay, it was industrial, and it currently, the uses that are there, the buildings that we see there are industrial uses. And so that's this area here, this purple area that you see. Now, this mixed-use neighborhood district is also along El Camino Real and along Laurel Street, and it also abuts residential here. So you're right, as Commissioner Marsters mentioned, now it's time to talk about what goes above the ground. But the decision to have a mix of uses there is the first important distinction that I wanted to get at. And one of the other issues was, as I said, have the types of uses that people desired, small, retail, fresh groceries there, walking distance. Those were things that were heard in the general plan process. And also that the industrial use was no longer compatible with the single family or other residential uses there. And so if we take a closer look at this neighborhood, you'll see East San Carlos Avenue located here and along Old County Road. And so this was the industrial spur historically and again, those businesses, you can see them there now. That was changed in the general plan to mixed-use low density that would allow 10 to 20 dwelling units per the acre. I think it's very important to note that that change was made. And then the second part is the consideration for the zoning tonight. What we heard tonight is that people are very concerned with regard to height in here, and there is transitions that are established here, but what we're hearing is that is not acceptable to the neighborhood. We're also hearing about some of the issues here. So I think what we've heard is the majority of the comments are how this spur goes into the neighborhood. So if you look at the existing zoning, which is there now, which does regulate the building forms that go there now, currently they could build 50 feet high. Currently, the floor area ratio is high, and at the rear yard, you have a 0-foot setback. So even though we see some old businesses there, they have regulation. We have regulations in place that you could build a massive structure at the property line up to 50 feet high. The regulations that are proposed here are very different than that. And so what the intent was is we heard through the general plan process that we want transitions on the east side. We want transitions from our 1- and 2-story houses up to industrial or other types of uses, and that's what was built in. perhaps that could use some modification. And so these are the transitional standards that we've talked about. So, for instance, this is on the Montgomery Street side, which would be where you'd have East San Carlos out here. And so here would be the two rear yards at the Montgomery Street side, and then the mixed-use residential development. People have said, we don't want 4 stories. Well, that is what the current draft proposal is before you. However, it does say that the rear yard setback would be minimum of 20 feet. You'd have to have some landscaping back there, and then at 40 feet distance, you'd go 30 feet high, and then farther away, you'd get up to 50. On the other side of the street, if you were on San Carlos Avenue, and these were the houses that, where if McHugh is here, and these are the rear of the houses at McHugh, the current regulations do say that it could go up to 50 feet with a setback of at least 10 feet on the front. And so that, I think, is the crux of the matter in terms of just the building regulations that are before you this evening. So I think at this point, part of it is trying to flesh out something that is acceptable to the neighborhood and something that makes sense from a land use standpoint. I think from a staff recommendation, I mean, what we've heard, this is a very unique area of this mixed-use neighborhood development area. It's abutted on both sides by residential, and I don't think we have that in any other mixed-use neighborhood that we're seeing in the zoning map. So this is a unique area. And so I think that from a staff perspective, we would recommend that the Planning Commission consider much lower height in this location. Anywhere from bringing it down from 1 to perhaps 2 floors maximum height. And I think that the current zoning allows in residential single family for 28 feet. So this is about a 28-foot high house. Anybody can do it in any single family residential zone. You can build 2 stories by right. So to match with the height of the single story built or single family residential, we would recommend that you leave it at 30 feet is probably the lowest that you would go for a 2-story building with some commercial on the ground floor, residential above. You could go higher if you wanted more economic viability, but I think that a 2-story building there at 30 feet would be acceptable. You'd still get change. You'd still get some neighborhood commercial uses. And so that would be something that the staff feels comfortable recommending. And then I'll let Michael talk about the uses a little bit.
That's the only place that we're talking about is that little section.
Right. And to be specific, I think what we're suggesting is if you on page 71, which are the height standards, you have those, and you'd add language to the 2 additional regulations, D and E. So under the height exceptions, what we're suggesting is that you'd specifically say on East San Carlos a 30-foot height limit and no towers, which would be in addition to footnote D. And under the number of stories, which is footnote E, you would specifically say only 2 stories. So those would be my 2 specific suggestions to respond to what we heard tonight. We also heard in your packet a letter about the uses, and some of them were described tonight, and I have 2 specific suggestions. My son calls me a zoner, so I always like to get him and give you something specific. On page 65, what I suggest is add to footnote number 10, saying only neighborhood groceries subject to a 1,500 square foot limit. And that addresses the convenience market issue, but does allow fresh food groceries to come in. It's like the neighborhood store. So I would say first, add to footnote number 10 a statement that on East San Carlos, only neighborhood groceries subject to a 1,500 square foot height limit. And the second concern raised was that we would be allowing hotels and motels. They're great for the city's general fund because of a transit occupancy tax. But I think that what we would do here to respond to the community is add a new footnote number 14 to say, under the line of hotels and motels, under mixed-use neighborhood, you'd add a 14, and footnote 14 would say, no hotels or motels on East San Carlos. So those two responses to the use table, plus the two reductions in the height limit for East San Carlos, I think respond to what we heard from almost all the speakers tonight.
So I just want to refresh my mind about the last meeting, the project that we approved on Laurel, on the 1500 block of Laurel, which was mixed use, correct? So that was, the first floor was retail, and then there was 2 stories of residential. So according to what we have in this zoning, it would actually allow them to go up another floor, it looks like, height-wise, although that may exceed the floor area threshold. So is that, would that be a correct interpretation of what we're looking at here?
Yes, the neighborhood mixed use does abut single-family residential on South Laurel and a small portion of it north of Holly, adjacent to El Camino Real. And so unless you added footnotes to those 2 neighborhood commercials, they would stay as they are.
Okay.
The difference between those areas that are along Laurel is that there is actually an alleyway in between the residences that are on the street and the commercial that's on Laurel. Whereas on East San Carlos, there are residential homes that back directly right up to the lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, are there any other questions for Al or staff related to this part of our discussion?
Michael, when you talk about hotels and motels, are you also including single-room occupancy?
No, that's not included in the definition. The line I'm referring to, this is on page 65, under lodging. It's just the hotels and motels, which would have an SRO, I think is separately defined, although let me...
But if you're going to not allow hotels and motels, why would you allow single-room occupancy?
Because single-room single-room occupancy is a separate residential classification, which is found on page 64. So it is allowed in the mixed-use neighborhood with a conditional use permit by the commission, subject to footnote number 3, which is it's not allowed on the ground floor. So the SRO is a separate classification from the hotels and motels. And my recollection is the letter we got, that you got in your packet, raised the question about why hotels and motels on East San Carlos, and our suggestion to respond to that concern is to take them out.
But this is a single-room occupancy hotel.
If you want to add a restriction to footnote number 3 to say no SROs on East San Carlos, that would be a very good additional suggestion that I missed. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Michael, did you have any more comments that you wanted to address, separate from individual questions we may have?
Well, I guess the other specific bundle of questions had to do with going a little further on transit-oriented development. And we think that asking for more density in the downtown, the 50 to 59 and more, asking for the parking standards to go to 1.3, and Al and I are not comfortable supporting those suggestions. We think that to take the parking first, you do have auto ownership in suburban areas, and I'm not sure there's any evidence that we've seen that your auto ownership in these areas would go that low. And instead, what the ordinance proposes is a way to look at those on a case-by-case basis and not decide a priori that 1.3 is right. In terms of the increase in density, we do have a 10% increase in FAR for the mixed-use buildings downtown, but I think you've got a density consistency problem with the general plan, which had an overall limit. So we think there's a fair amount of flexibility here for mixed-use buildings with an upside, a bonus. And I'd be reluctant to create a general plan amendment process because you've been through that whole thing. Let's stay with those density limits, offer the upside on the 10% FAR, and stay with the flexibility that we have for reduced parking. We've done a lot of studies in other communities, Milpitas, Concord, where we've looked at the census data, and we're working for MTC now, and I just am not completely convinced that your auto ownership, someone may ride the train during the week, but they still might own the requisite number of cars, and I just would have a concern about going too far on that without more thought, and I would rather you take these on a case-by-case basis. That was my recollection of the other general topical area that was raised. In terms of noise and a lot of the other things, I think the ordinance has got new performance requirements. I think Deborah's suggestions on some of the other code amendments will really do the job, and we've also tightened up the enforcement provisions. So I think on balance, we really are trying to respond to those issues, and the city needs some time to carry these new ideas out. So I do think you've got the right bundle of performance requirements, new standards, and enforcement here.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question about the unbundling of parking?
Yes, sir.
So what is the enforcement mechanism for unbundling parking? Say I buy a condo and I decide I don't want to pay the $80,000 for the parking space or the $50,000 for the parking space, but I still have a car, so I park it on the street. What is the enforcement mechanism?
Well, the city would look at the on-street parking. Maybe you have a residential sticker program. Honestly, I'm going to defer to Al on what the on-street enforcement mechanism would be.
Well, unbundling, just to kind of go back to the concept of unbundling, typically takes place as a condition of project approval or a development agreement when you have a new development. For instance, if you have Wheeler Plaza, and we've heard that some people want the developer to unbundle the parking because then it reduces the number of vehicles there, and that's kind of the idea, is to push people out into public transit. So typically the enforcement comes through the mechanism of the conditional use permit. It's there, it's written, so the commission gets a look at it, and the city council and staff, and it's an agreement. It's a written agreement that says we will unbundle the parking, here are the terms of it. And then typically in a condominium development, or even if you just have a lease, the person who leases the building or buys the condo agrees in covenants, codes, and restrictions, or the lease, that I will abide by this agreement. So it sort of then becomes the developer or the owner of the property that gets into an agreement with the person there. But so it's written, it's a legal agreement. But in terms of somebody walking into the building, does staff go in and make sure that things are unbundled? That isn't going to happen unless we get a complaint. But there are legal issues, and hopefully those are enough.
So one of the conditions of a conditional use permit could be that if you own a vehicle and you live there, that you must have a parking space for it within the thing. I really like the idea of,
Or you pay the permit fee. So you've paid to park.
except that we don't have any permits anywhere for parking. That's the problem. I mean, really, where...
Permit fee by Bank of America there, isn't that all permit?
No. No. So we don't really have any permit program. So what I'm saying is, do we wait until there's a problem before we create something like that? Or do you try to address it up front so that, because I really like the idea of unbundling parking. I think it's a really a great idea. But I'm just looking down the road at where the problems are and saying, can we solve some of those problems prior to getting into a situation where we've unbundled the parking? And that's what I'm asking.
So is your concern with overflow outside the building into the neighborhood?
Into any neighborhood, and it could be people across El Camino. It could be wherever you put a large building, and there are several. If you suddenly unbundle parking, even in, say, an existing building, and people say, well, if I don't have to pay for the parking space anymore, and I look around and there's plenty of parking, but if enough people do it, all of a sudden you've created a problem where there wasn't a problem before.
Since the unbundled parking would occur on a case-by-case basis with a project that you have a review authority and permitting process, we would expect that would be written as a condition and included in covenants and restrictions for the project.
So, for example, the developer, as a condition of unbundling the parking, if a parking problem is created, the developer would have to pay for a permit program.
Well, it would be in the CCNR in the first.
Well, it would be in this, in the CCNRs, and once the developer sells the building, it becomes the homeowners association to enforce. Another thing I might mention that might come up soon is a administrative procedures process. We're looking at that internally for code enforcement, that what Michael suggested, this ticketing. A number of communities do that too, and so we may move that direction in the next year or so.
Okay.
Did you have any follow-up questions?
Not at the moment, but
Okay.
I've got pages of stuff. So I don't want to monopolize things, so.
Why don't I'm sorry, are we on a different subject, or?
No, we're discussing.
We're just
Any-
discussing.
Any questions that you have, any topics that you want to make sure you get all the clarity that you need for this, so.
Give me a second.
Do you want me to start and you can jump in anytime?
Probably, because I think,
Okay.
to be honest, I think you guys answered most of my pressing questions, but I know there's at least one more that
Okay.
isn't here.
I'm going to talk a little bit about noise. As somebody who, over the last 11 years, has made multiple complaints to at least 3 city managers now. I understand the residents of the neighborhood have problems with especially garbage trucks, dumpsters. And so one of the things that I would like to see is to remove the solid waste exemption for garbage trucks so that they would actually have to abide by the same rules that any contractor or anybody who is actually doing work within the community, and maybe give them an exemption from 6 a.m. on. But certainly, to my point of view, being woken up at 4:30 in the morning multiple times because a truck is banging a dumpster on the ground is just wrong. It's just wrong. I mean, we should not allow that. And I know that I've talked to at least 3 city managers, and I would like to see us remove that solid waste exemption, or at least move it so that it's a reasonable hour in the morning for people.
I don't see it here.
May I ask clarification on that, Madam Chairperson? Is that something, hate to sound like I don't know, but is that in this noise ordinance, or is that in the municipal code?
It's in the ordinance that we're actually making a change to.
It's in the Municipal Code, Chapter 9.30.
Yeah, it's in the municipal code, okay, not the zoning regulator. I wanted to make sure I understood that distinction.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
it's in the municipal code.
And if I might, I think the Planning Commission could recommend that, but that change be made, and let the council consider that change relative to the contract with the solid waste provider.
That's fine. I have actually talked to many residents of the neighborhood who have actually called the Recology and have not had their phone calls returned multiple times. And so it just seems like it's especially a problem on East San Carlos Ave. It used to be a problem on Hall Street, and there are other places within the neighborhood where it's still happening. So I'd like to see something done about that. My first thing is to make it something that is in our code rather than continue to give recycling or solid waste companies the option of continuing to have this practice. So that's the first thing.
Chapter 9.30.
The way I sort of went through this is I went through page by page and highlighted areas that I would like to talk about. So I'm going to skip to page 15 because I have lots of highlighted marks. One of the questions I've always had with our city's height limit is we have a height limit, but every time I turn around we have an exemption. And it doesn't matter whether it's antennas, whether it's bell towers, whether it's flag poles, whether it's, solar collectors. We have a height limit, but then we essentially say, that's great, now we're going to add an extra 20 feet onto that height limit with all of these extra things. And I'm glad that Michael finally put a definition in there of 10%. But I'm wondering if the 20 feet additional, even in some of the areas outside of residential, is a little bit excessive for exemptions to the height. And I'm not really sure I see that many buildings going up in our city that are going to have bell towers. And so I just wonder if we might have a discussion at some point about whether those height limits for the exemptions are a little bit more excessive than we might consider. Okay. So on page 22, eaves and roof overhangs projecting from up to 2 feet from a wall for determining the are excluded. I guess I had a question about eaves and whether actually having larger eaves is better for energy conservation. It keeps the building a little bit cooler, it shades the building a little bit more, and whether we ought to think about considering whether maybe a 3-foot eave could potentially be something that we might consider.
Wouldn't they have to raise the height of the building to do that? You can't have it's going to go down so low, somebody's going to bang their head.
Not necessarily. I don't mean 3 foot down. I mean 3 foot out.
Right.
Okay, so that the slope of the roof wouldn't be quite as dramatic as it is right now in order to get a 3 foot eave.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep hitting it with my hand.
Okay, let's see.
By the way, I would suggest that on a 2-story house, that would not be a problem.
That would not be a problem. Right.
No.
Right. Where it actually would actually be something that we should consider.
If I may, that particular requirement wouldn't preclude eaves from being greater than 2 feet. Anything beyond 2 feet would then count towards lot coverage. Anything 2 feet or less would exempt from lot coverage. So a home could propose 3, 4, 5 foot eaves, subject to architectural design review. Anything beyond that 2 feet would count towards lot coverage.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move on to page 29. On page 29, we talk about land use regulations for residential districts. And under daycare, I looked at it, and a large family daycare can actually be in a residential home, but not in a mixed-use district. And I was just curious as to why we have a large daycare in a family neighborhood and not in a mixed-use district. Just something to talk about. On page 31, I was looking at public and semi-public uses in a residential neighborhood, and there's a height limit of 45 feet for public and semi-public uses in a residential neighborhood, and my question is, give me an example of a public and semi-public use in a residential neighborhood.
That'd be Burton Park,
It could be a church, community center,
a community center in Burton Park, for example.
Okay.
youth center.
Okay.
Or the youth center, yeah.
Do we want to think about doing with some sort of a height limitation there, or setback away from a single-family home? Because, again, now we've got a 45-foot building that could be right next to a single-family home. And I'm just throwing that out as an example of an inconsistency of where you've got a large building next to a single-family home. You know,
That circumstance probably exists with some church and church steeples already.
okay, so you're putting churches under public and semi-public uses. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to think about that one. Maybe there could be an exemption for churches or something. Let's see, where do we go to from here? Okay, so page 42. The maximum stories for, let's see, on page 42, under building form and location, it looks like the 4th story under B would need to be set back, but the 3rd story wouldn't necessarily need to be set back in the RM 59 district. And so I'd like to have a discussion at some point about whether we could include the 3rd story being set back and not just the 4th story being set back.
Am I not reading that right?
Well, isn't that the articulation piece that you wanted to build into this whole thing?
This is the RM 59, yes, yes. And actually, I'll get to a more broader area of that in a few minutes when we talk about transition. So, let's see. I walked out to the sidewalk to sort of look at height and dealing with the way buildings look from wherever and the edge of a lot. And so what I did is I found a telephone pole that was on the other side of my property. And on one side of my property, I went to the other side of the property and I actually stood there, and the lots are 50 feet wide. And I imagined an additional 15 feet on top of that telephone pole, standing on the edge of my property and looking up and seeing the height of 50 feet that close to me. And so it's really impressive. What everybody should do is go out and find a property that's 50 feet wide, and most of the properties are, and look at what 50 feet means when you're 50 feet away in height. It's a 45-degree angle. It's basic math. So you're looking like this up at a building. And so when we talk about transitional standards in RM districts on page 43, I think we need to do something better than a 45-degree angle looking up at buildings. I think that we really need to find a way to soften these buildings. Even if you terrace it, it still may not be soft enough. I think we really need to look at that and see whether that makes sense. And then on page 44, I got all kinds of notes. This is really confusing.
Just clarify, that you're speaking
I was
to
looking at
page 43 where the
which is the transitional
RM59.
stairs.
Okay.
And then the
okay.
pictures are on the next page. I think these pictures are really confusing. I think most of the houses in San Carlos, I won't say most, but a significant number of them are single story. And I've noticed that most of the houses in here are actually 2 stories. And so I think if you look at this 2-story house, it's 28 feet, probably 30 feet. I'd like to see some of these diagrams actually have single-family homes. I think it just, it gives the impression that this is less of a burden than it actually is.
Madam Chairperson, if I could just chime in on that specific point. The issue there is that the zoning allows for a 2-story house. So it's what anybody could do by right. And so it's important in the zoning ordinance to show what is possible and the maximum allowed in under maximum circumstances. If you don't, then it could be, as you said, misleading. And so even though it, visually, if you look at a section, single family is much lower. Again, the reality is everybody can build a 28-foot or 2-story house. So it's more, I think, to be clear and to reflect what the zoning really is in the code, that we should reflect what you could do.
Okay. I can live with that one. The other thing that I would like to see here is some additional setbacks from residential homes and residential properties. A typical setback could be as low as 10 feet. And I think that when you're transitioning from a single-family residence to other land uses, I think that it's very significant that you have a 10-foot difference between that and, or actually in this section here, you're only talking about transitional standards between single-family homes and residential multifamily. And I think we really need to have transitional standards for not only single-family residents to multifamily, but we need to have transitional standards to commercial and industrial. Because I think those don't exist right now. And I know lots of places, and it was brought up by the residents here, that they're feeling like they're going to be surrounded by 50-foot tall buildings. And the closer those are, the more hemmed in they're going to feel. And so I'd like to see some additional transitional standards for the other areas that border single-family residents.
Madam Chairperson, I'd like to clarify on that as well.
Yes.
They actually do exist in different sections. For instance, on page 101, we have figure 1807, where you see the industrial district transitional standards there from a single-family home. It's very similar to what we see in the transitional standards in RM districts, and I believe we also have them in the mixed-use districts as well.
Where again, it's 20 feet, 15 feet at a side yard. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're on page 70. You see some more rear yard transitional standards, and these are even more specific based on the rooms and the type of use of each of the rooms and how they would interact with neighboring development.
Okay. But again, in some cases, you have a 5-foot setback from a single-family residence to whether it be multifamily or something else. And I think we need to really think long and hard about whether 5 feet or 10 feet or even 20 feet is enough of a setback for bordering onto a single-family residence. And I don't say that very lightly, because I understand that this puts a significant burden on the commercial and the industrial areas. But I think that even under the general plan, when I was sitting on the General Plan Advisory Commission, I encouraged us to have some sort of transitional zone between single-family and all the other uses, because that's where our biggest problems are. That's where, as a planning commission and as a city council, that's where the headaches are. On page 50, the facade detailing and materials. Each side of a building that is visible from a public right-of-way shall be designed with a complementary level of detailing and quality of materials. My feeling is that all sides of it, no matter whether it can be seen right now or not, should actually have, should be designed well, because you never know when the building next to you is going to come down. And so if you say that it only has to be designed well where it can be seen right now, and that building comes down, you're now going to be looking at something ugly. And so, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, if I may. It depends on where it is. If it's, for instance, on Laurel Street, on South Laurel Street, you'll see many commercial buildings that are, and you can build right on the property line, on your side yard, and rightly so, because you want the buildings to be close together in your downtown. Now, those buildings don't have any openings on the side, and you'll see sometimes we have vacant lots, like next to the hardware store, where you have the vacant lot that's got a garden there. and you'll see no windows or no doors there. One of the reasons for that is a uniform building code requirement. You can't have openings where you are on a property line. The other is that you do need to anticipate that eventually someone's going to build right up to your wall too. And so those are the two reasons for in that situation. Now, if there's another situation where you have a corner lot like the hardware store, on 3 of the sides, that would be appropriate to say you have to have a very high level of design. But on the abutting side property line, it's not permitted by the Uniform Building Code. And also you have to anticipate someone else building right there.
Okay, so wherever, essentially we should do it wherever there isn't something that is planned to be abutting the existing building.
Yes,
Okay.
and where you have a 0 property line setback, where someone can build right up to it.
Okay, okay. On page 56, at the bottom, they're talking about additional standards for single lot, single unit development. So essentially, these are single houses. They're just on small lots. And my question is, why do we actually need to require them to have personal storage space?
What we've seen is that historically, in the last maybe decade or so, there's been a housing boom, and it's very expensive to put in storage when you could sell your condo, a larger square footage of living room or family room. And so what we saw is that the developers were sort of skimping on the storage area, which became very, very problematic for actual people who lived there. So while they could lease at a higher lease rate or sell it for a higher value, they didn't have enough personal storage, and then you'd have people putting things on their balcony and down in the garage and taking up parking spaces. So really the cities have to get involved and require personal storage space.
Okay. I'm going to talk about the diagram on page 57 again. It looks to me like the diagram shows houses that are covering more than 35% of the lot. And so I wondered if we could actually make that look appropriate for the amount of lot coverage there, because it appears that the house really covers more like 40 or 40 plus, maybe more. And so I'd like to see the picture actually reflect what is what is allowed there. Okay, now I'm going to get into the multiple. Do you want to talk about that one?
Page 57?
Page 57.
Yeah, so I think we got that. Thank you.
Got that, okay. I'm going to move on to the multiple use neighborhood district, which was talked about as far as some of the areas that the neighborhood was complaining about.
Where are you at?
I'm on page 64.
Thank you.
So the large daycare, which is 8 to 14 people, I'd like to see that be a conditional use in the multiple use neighborhood. I'd like to see, first of all, I'd like to know exactly what you mean by a community assembly area. Are we talking a pocket park? Are we talking a Lions Hall? Are we talking, a church? What are we talking about when we say?
64.
Page 326 defines community assembly. And they are community centers, banquet centers, religious assembly. This is where you're including churches, union halls, meeting rooms, but you're excluding gymnasiums, sports facilities, and daycare centers and schools.
Okay, but
Your
you're,
thinking is to make these community assembly also places for religious assembly, to avoid challenges under federal law.
so say that again. So you
Community assembly concepts now include religious assembly.
like a Masonic hall or
Well, a church, an Episcopal church or a mosque, or,
Okay.
because we're supposed to treat these facilities equally,
Mhm.
whether they're used for secular or religious expression.
Okay.
So that's why the community assembly definition is as you see it in page 326.
Okay. Moving on to commercial uses under artist studios. I'd like the number 5 to actually be included in that. My concern is that some of the artist studios might be welding. They might be all kinds of things that might be a little bit more hazardous. And so I just want to make sure that it's enclosed within the facility. Actually,
suggestion.
the same thing for some of the full-service eating and drinking establishments and the convenience store. Although I'm beginning to have some second thoughts about the full-service eating and drinking because we want to encourage sidewalk.
What do
Okay.
you want to do there, Scott? You want to make that part of?
I just want to make sure that it's inside the building, the cooking and,
You want 5 on that as well? Is that,
well, especially on the convenience store.
or can we expand 10?
Can we expand 10?
I don't.
Um,
I don't know.
Yeah, we
You
could
probably
expand.
Make that additive to 10.
Yeah, we could add that to 10, but I think I'd rather do it just for the convenience and not for the full service now that I think about that, because the full service, we want to encourage sidewalk dining.
Right.
Right.
And then we're no longer going to have hotels, motels, or single-room occupancy.
We were putting a footnote 14 in there.
Yes, yes. Retail sales, convenience markets, food and beverage sales. I want to make sure that these aren't liquor stores. That was one of the concerns that was expressed by the neighborhood, that we don't have a liquor store right in the middle of the neighborhood. We can all walk to the liquor store, it's close enough. Price point retail, define that again. Isn't that like a dollar store?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't even want to make that conditional. I just want to make that a no, not allowed. I don't really think a dollar store or a price point retail is appropriate in the middle of a residential area. Moving on to page 67. Sorry, gang, I told you this was going to be a while.
You only get to page 80, pal.
I know.
We're taking you off the clock.
I said, tell me when to stop, and I'll let you guys talk. And so on page 67, provisions for off-site improvements. The only thing I didn't see added on here was additional funds for parks. I know most for increased FAR they pay they as a development project they actually pay a certain amount for parks, but I would like to see under options, if they're going to exceed the FAR, one of the options might be, because they've got additional people in the family, and putting a little extra money into parks could potentially be an option.
Isn't that what number 2 is?
Oh,
Right.
okay. That one I don't have to worry about.
Their command.
Yes. That was something I pointed out to somebody else. Okay. One of the things I'd like on page 70 is to actually see a picture of multi-units next to a residential single family. I know we have it under sort of the single family area, but I didn't really see it with a picture in this area here in relation to a single family with an appropriate setback. Let's see. Under page 72, I'd like to have the conversation again, I'll mention it again, on the third story. On Laurel Street, we're setting back the third and fourth story, but we don't seem to be doing that anywhere else other than on Laurel Street. And I'd like to have that discussion about where else it's appropriate to have that third story set back. And it may be in areas where it's facing single-family neighborhoods or smaller buildings. And that also brings up the idea that about having each level actually terraced further away. I saw that in some places, but I didn't see it in other places. So I'd like to have that discussion also. Page 74, the length of buildings, and I'm not sure that I remember seeing anywhere if there's a absolute length of a building. Can anybody tell me whether there's a length of a building? I know there's certain lengths that actually 30 feet and it has to be broken up, but can we have 500-foot long buildings?
This is a blank, you talking about the blank wall part?
Yeah, I guess I was looking
There's
at...
nothing on the wall.
I guess I was looking at that and trying to think, is there any place that sort of we break blocks up into 500 feet? Is that
Perhaps you could clarify a little further.
I'm just trying to figure out, can we have buildings?
Well, I think the problem you've got here is it says, you have a picture with windows and doors on it,
Yeah.
but then it says 25 foot for a blank wall, which means there's nothing, I'm assuming it means there's nothing on it.
So, in general, the form-based code talks about an articulation that marches along. But, for example, the marketplace, if we measured from industrial back to where it went close to 101, it's probably a very long building. But it from a design perspective, it's broken up. So we don't have a maximum length that's related to setbacks and design, and
Okay, so you could have buildings that are 1,000 feet.
Hanf is probably a very
If it's going to be
big
1,000
building.
feet. Okay. Is there any limit on residential as opposed to commercial or industrial?
It's established by the setback requirements.
Okay.
It's also a function of the property area, and
Okay.
these standards are relative to the mixed-use district versus some of the larger industrial parcels which have more lineal area.
Okay. So these are the mixed use. Okay. And so based on the setback is how long the building can be? Okay. Based on the lot size, okay. Okay. I'm past 80 now.
That could be a positive.
On page 84, across the rail corridor, and we're talking about pedestrian access, I'd like to include not only if an aerial viaduct, but also or a trench, so that if a trench goes across, if who knows, maybe they do a trench, that we could actually have streets connecting above the trench, just like we would have streets connecting underneath a aerial viaduct, so that we get those connections in place. Doesn't matter what happens with the rail corridor, we get those connections one way or another. Is that
Good idea.
okay? The other thing I'd like to see is, if feasible, additional pass-throughs through the berm, if they decide at some point that they're going to continue and have a berm that is 4 tracks, then we ought to consider whether we want to have additional pass-throughs, and that's not in here, and I'd like to see that added as an option. Under the rail station, I'd like to make sure that the transit shelters, should they ever be replaced, actually protect the riders from the elements, because right now they're built for looks and they're not really built for functionality. And just stand up there in the sun someday or stand up there in the rain someday, there really is no dry space anywhere up there. It's really been built to make it look good and not to be functional. On page 85, neighborhood retail. Are there any other areas other than the corner of Industrial and Holly? Or are only those 3 areas, or 2 areas, neighborhood retail? And with something that small, are we spot zoning? No. Okay. But other than that, there's really no neighborhood retail. Okay. Okay, page 88. I guess I had a question throughout here. In almost every case, we're trying to pull the buildings close to the street. And I wondered if there were some places where that may not be appropriate. And one of the areas I'm thinking about is the corner of Holly Street and Industrial, where there's a planned, potentially a hotel going in there. And the closer you pull it to the street, the closer you pull it to single-family homes. Whereas if you were to push it back towards the middle of the lot, you'd actually soften it from single-family homes. And I wondered if there were other locations where maybe we don't necessarily want to pull everything all the way to the street, but it might actually help if we had some definition on different buildings where some were pulled to the street and some were moved a little bit further back.
We don't actually have a maximum, so we don't have a maximum here. So the option that you described is certainly a design option here, and it's an idea that also can be picked up in design review, and some of the design review criteria could actually result in the solution you're describing. These are minimum setbacks not maximums.
Except that on the bottom of page 88, it says, corner lot built area, buildings must be located within 5 feet of the property line, within 50 feet of a corner.
That's in the NR, the neighborhood retail, not in the GCI.
Okay. Thank you. On page 97, kennels and pet daycare and veterinary services. It looks like we've moved them all into industrial light, and I specifically know of at least one case, maybe there's more, where we actually have kennels in industrial heavy. Are they, if they want to expand or if somebody else wants to go in, those are no longer allowed in the industrial heavy area?
They would become non-conforming uses, so they would not be able to expand. But they would remain.
They can remain,
Yes,
but they
remain
can't.
non-conforming.
They can't expand.
That's correct.
Okay. Why?
Well, I guess there's two reasons. One, I guess the first reason is why are we saying they're no longer allowed in the heavy industrial zone? And part of it is because you have a lot of noise and chemicals and people are using things and doing things over there that could be very disturbing to animals. And so that's one of the reasons to get them out into the lighter industrial areas where you don't have as much of that activity. In a non-conforming use, what zoning codes typically say is that, again, you're grandfathered in, that you can retain your existing use, but the intent is to move a use into what is now permitted. And so if you let somebody expand or add a second story and expand their business, you're giving them more longevity, whereas the intent of the zoning is to move it into something that is desired in that zoning category.
Okay.
I would say that we're, on page 175, we would allow, if there happens to be a kennel in a mixed-use building, with some discretionary review, there could be an expansion of that occupancy within the building. But I do support what Al said, is you're trying to protect your industrial assets from the conflicts.
Okay. On page 98, service station, it's permitted in the industrial light, but pretty much nowhere else. I was just kind of curious.
Well, again,
Service stations do attract customers from outside the area, and so good practice is to not let them in the heavy areas because they can take up land that really is needed, again, for your industrial base. And so I really would want to protect the IH and the IP, whereas the IL does have some freeway-oriented locations, so it's that balancing. But it's not a deal breaker if you don't want them
I was
all.
just trying to understand the thinking of that, because the location that our industrial light is located is actually
No, hospital?
near a hospital.
It is
Yeah, it's near a hospital, and it's
is
really
a hospital.
out of the, well, no, it's not, that's the IP, yeah, but it's sort of out of the way of where everybody would have to sort of drive over to between industrial and Old County for that gas station. And gas stations are usually located along, El Camino or Hawley Street, somewhere where there's a lot of driving. It just seemed like an odd choice to me of permitting a gas station to be over there. Now, if it's electric, maybe people would go to it. but I just don't see a gas station actually making sense over there.
You know, there's
We
something-
can take it out.
There's something to be said for that, especially about electric.
Yeah,
That would be a service station
yeah.
by definition.
So maybe we leave it in.
Definition, but I mean, just in the thought process.
Maybe we leave it-
That's going to be happening before you know it.
Can we leave it in and maybe put electric or something like that?
But
Or
we've
natural
had
gas?
inquiry about alternative fuel stations.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would be a good
And
location for an alternative fuel
The
station.
Climate Action Plan wants you to make a place for those, so.
Good idea.
Well, the only place we have is that one little spot there.
Right.
Yeah.
So it seems to me that you'd want to have them on, let's just say El Camino, for lack of a better way, or
Yeah.
main thoroughfares. So they can put air in the tires.
Yes. So going on to page 100.
May I go back to this? If we
No.
clarify that to alternative fueling stations, may we leave one in the industrial districts? Because
Yeah.
that's where the inquiry has been.
I think
Okay.
IL,
Thank you.
that would be a good place for it, in addition to, because isn't there one up off of Harbor that's natural gas or
Well, I know
or
they have one
something?
over in the biodiesel in Whipple.
Yeah, okay. Actually, page 99, I just, in industrial light and industrial heavy, chemical, mineral, and explosive storage, can we put a condition on that it's so many feet away from residential, whether it be multi-family or single-family, 500 feet? I'm yeah, just somewhere away from residential. It just makes sense to me. On page 100, we're talking about height in industrial districts, and
Madam Chairman, person.
Yes.
Let's go back to that if you don't mind.
okay.
There is a concern with regard to, sensitive receptors, and also, people living there. But, in the industrial heavy and industrial light, the idea is that these businesses, manufacturing businesses or high-tech R&D, they're going to have chemicals. They have made investments in their buildings and clean rooms, and they've designed the buildings to the fire code and to uniform building code to, if there is a blast, it would be contained inside the building and stuff. So that's one thing we need to really think about, so that you don't really, this could be a very significant impact on the businesses that are already using and will continue to use these materials. So I guess it's just, let's clarify that a little bit, and maybe we could talk to the fire marshal about what kind of precautions are taken now, and look at some buffers with residential, but in light of the fact that some of these businesses are using it, they need to, and if we don't, we just want to be careful not to totally knock them out.
Yeah, no, what I was looking at was, this was warehouse and storage, so I wasn't looking at everyday use of chemicals and things like that. What I was looking at is, this is a place where the business is to store, chemicals and explosives and minerals. And so that's what I was talking about, not necessarily, I don't want to impact the businesses. I just, if somebody's going to store barrels of, flammable alcohols or something in their 55-gallon drums, I'd rather have them, far enough away. I don't want to impact the businesses that are actually using these in reasonable quantities. I'm talking about large-scale storage.
But they're
of
rated
them.
by the fire code. Are they
Yeah,
not?
the Uniform Fire Code, there's other...
Oh, they have those little symbols and stuff on the outside? and whatnot?
County Environmental Health, but on the other hand, that is a good clarification that what you're talking about is a business that specifically is set up to store chemical materials and things like that.
I'm talking about another Praxair that used to
Right.
store, the
Liquid air.
compacted gases and things like that are flammable or something, and making sure that it's a large enough distance away from residential.
Okay, we will
That's
look at that.
that's what I was talking about. Page 100, maximum height. For industrial light, it's 75 feet, and some of those properties actually back up to single-family homes. And so I'd like to suggest that be 50 feet, the same as industrial heavy. Whereas the IP is 100 and it's appropriately set away from the single-family or
Are
multifamily.
you saying you would like to suggest that in all industrial light, it be lowered to 50, or within a certain distance
Well, I
of
guess
residential?
that I would be okay with within a certain distance of single-family residence or it's actually the only place it butts up against residential is single-family homes. So if it were a certain distance away from, for example, if it were north of Taylor, then it...
On the top of page 101, you do have a 50-foot limit within 100 feet of the single-family district.
Okay, I did not see that. Okay, so that's, okay, I can live with that. Thank you. Does somebody else want to ask questions?
I have just noticed that we're on page 100 of a 364-page document. It's 10:30, and Commissioner Harper Pedersen needs to run to the ladies' room. So I was hoping that we could take a short break.
Want a bio break?
Please.
Okay, 5 minutes
Thank you.
for everybody?
5-minute recess?
Okay, taking a 5-minute recess?
Get some dinner.
Ask me a little
Looks
later.
really bad on camera.
Sorry.
No, I'm just kidding.
Are you afraid you're going to see somebody?
Right. Okay, so let's kind of take a moment here to assess where we're at. So, Scott, it seems like some of the points you brought up as we're going through these different districts are the same from district to district
Yes.
about setbacks and things. So one question would be, is there some way to be able to summarize those into certain categories of changes that need to apply across all the districts so we don't have to go page by page?
And
Or is this a good process, I'll put this to other commissioners, is this a good process going page by page because maybe it's, in some cases, then making you think about a comment that you had?
I don't, to be honest with you, going page by page is not the right solution. What would be the right solution? And maybe it's to either do it through notes and talk directly with them, because you've got,
Okay.
there's a lot of continuity going on here that us being additive to the process is going to take it out of context compared to what you're doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got good comments.
Yeah.
Okay, so that leads to the next thing. Everything that we've discussed so far, is everyone in agreement that we want to ask staff to take a look at making changes that take into consideration the comments that Scott has been making and that some of the rest of us have added at this point? Are there any of these areas where you have more questions before we would move forward with making changes, or you disagree with the content of any changes?
For most of the changes, I'm in agreement with. There may have been one that I wasn't, but
That's part of the problem, is we don't
Right.
have a concise page this is what I think needs to, I mean, I hate to
I actually tried to tab the ones I specifically agreed to that you wouldn't, that I was really in favor of, but there were a few you also said I was more neutral about, so I just didn't tab them, but I wouldn't be against them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because I'm not convinced that some of the setbacks need to be changed from what they are in here, so that would be the one area where I'm not sure. So I guess the area of setbacks is one that we need to come back to discuss as a commission, and we wouldn't be providing direction to the staff to make those changes at this point in time. Does that give staff some clarity in terms of what from the discussion we've had so far, what changes could be made?
Okay. Yeah, that's clear. So what we're hearing, and it's a dialogue, what we're hearing is that there may not be consensus on the setbacks that have been suggested by Commissioner Marsters. Is that correct?
Yes.
That would,
Okay.
yes.
And when you talk about setbacks, you're talking about the distance to buildings, the height of the buildings. You're really talking the distance from a lot line to the edge of a building when you say setbacks.
Yes.
Okay.
Would we?
Which
also
impacts the
dis-
distance between buildings, because usually there's a property line in between the two buildings.
Right, so it's
Right.
double, whatever the number is, it's double. It
Okay.
could be double.
Then is there one specific place that you have an issue with the setbacks, or is it changing any of the setbacks?
My concern is that so much of our conversation is focused on that East San Carlos Avenue, that everything that's mixed-use neighborhood has been affected by that. So every time we've discussed mixed-use neighborhood, regardless of where it is located, it's been affected by that stretch that's on East San Carlos Avenue. And so what's going to happen along Old County Road there? Is that subject to all of the same discussion?
I think when we talked about mixed-use neighborhood, we only made the changes to East San Carlos Avenue. So when we had that discussion, we were only talking about making the changes on mixed-use neighborhood to East San Carlos only. So the 35-foot height limit was, or not 35, was it 30? 30.
Well, I'd like to talk a little bit about that, too.
Okay.
Here's the issue with that. Let me go back to a slide here. Let's see here. We talked, when I initially addressed the commission, I talked about approximately 30 feet, which would be just a couple of feet higher than a single-family house. And what 30 feet will get you is one level of retail and one level of residential, but it'll have a flat roof. So one thing that staff would like to suggest is the modification that a pitched roof would be allowed. It would be a maximum height of 30, but pitched roofs at a certain angle would be permitted. Otherwise, you're only going to have flat roofs there, and it won't match necessarily the character of the pitched roofs that we have in the single-family zone. The other clarification is that it's less viable to get one story of retail and one story of residential from an economic standpoint, because you have to provide the parking, and actually the setbacks will probably be greater than this because they'll probably want to use the rear for parking. And so one thing to consider would be to make it more economically viable is to say that max 30 feet, but to allow for 3 stories of residential development and only 2 stories if it's a commercial and residential mixed-use development. That would give more economic flexibility. So you'd still have the 30 feet, which is the height that people are concerned about. People did talk about stories, but what they really mean is bulk and mass and height.
Yeah.
So again, if you said 2 stories if it's commercial on the ground floor, residential above, and then potential of 3 stories only if it's all residential.
But my understanding that this is mixed-use neighborhood, so you couldn't have all residential. Could you have offices on the bottom floor and residential? So in mixed-use neighborhood, you can have a building that's all residential?
Sure, because the larger general plan concept is horizontal or vertical mixed use. And since we want to be open to housing, why not allow that as an option? It does respond to the community, brings people in, has that neighborhood feel. I don't see a conflict. It's consistent with the housing home.
Would you somehow limit that to, I mean, my concern is that if it's designated as mixed use and it ends up all housing, how?
Well, we could cap the project size at 12 or 16 units, so you're clearly not, you might be able to assemble 1 or 2 lots. I think that's what you're getting at, is you certainly don't want any blockbuster single-use buildings.
Actually, the lot that's to the west is a single lot and one owner, and so that could potentially be one entire project. What I was thinking about was, if we truly want it to stay as mixed use, I wanted to make sure that it doesn't become all residential. In that case, what we could do is rezone it as mixed use 10 to 20. You know, that's the other thing that, not mixed use, but RM 20. Okay, so, but we discussed that in the general plan, and that was not what came out of it. What came out of it was a mixed use with 10 to 20 residential units. And so this would require us, if you're going to suggest putting all residential there, to go back and change the general plan. And that's a discussion that we can have.
I don't think that's the intent, though. I mean, staff isn't interested in even making that recommendation.
Okay.
I think, you know, we've done a lot of studies over the years of what can work from an economic viability standpoint, and zoning goes a lot to that. I mean, you can zone something unrealistically, and nothing will occur ever, and you won't realize the vision. So what we have seen, retail with 1 floor of residential above, but you have to assemble a lot of property to make it work, to get the parking in there, because you got to put the parking on the same lot, and it requires a lot of turnaround distances. You know, you've got an 18-foot wide long car plus 20-foot wide backup area. That's 38 feet of your lot that's just parking, plus you got to get in there. So while it's theoretically feasible, it's less, we haven't seen as much of it. So it's sort of a risk. So to say that, and we do say on El Camino, and as part of the study that went in to change it from service commercial to that resolution that was approved in the late 90s, I guess it was, or 2000s rather, early 2000s, they said you could still do, it's mixed use, but you can still do ground floor residential under certain circumstances. And it may be that if you do ground floor residential, you have to get a CUP for that. So that, you know, there's a mechanism to weigh the benefits, and so that not every bunch of lots gets rezoned to residential. And so the city has the planning commission would see these, you'd know the area, you'd have some control there. So that's another way to look at it. So there's a precedent for this on El Camino.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Right. So again, what one of the other concerns is that 30 feet just doesn't permit a pitched roof. So would the commission consider, and we could come back with a diagram of that at some point, but a pitched roof, because that's more residential in appearance than a flat roof. And you just won't get it in 30 feet.
What would you need to have a pitched roof?
You'd need about 35 feet. And again, it would be, they slope up away from the homes. And the other thing that might be good about that is sometimes you can start the pitch lower and pitch it up like that, and you have like square footage underneath the roof, and it makes it look even less, it goes away from the residential, and it's less impactful to the residential to have a sloped roof. So really, at 30 feet, what you'll get is, 2 floors of flat, because also our zoning ordinance, as proposed, says you got to have 16 feet on the ground floor and 12 feet for residential. So that's, what is that, 28 feet. And so you only have 2 feet left over, and you got a little parapet, see? So 35 is what we have seen from an architectural standpoint gets you a pitched roof.
So would you write the code so that it's 30 feet for a flat roof and 35 feet for a pitched roof?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay.
Yep.
Does that make sense to everybody else?
That makes sense to me.
So the 30 feet with a flat roof would allow for 3 stories?
Of residential, yes, because the floor plate for residential is only 10 to 12 feet. So you can build residential in 10 to 12 feet, but commercial is not viable unless you're 14 to 16. 16 is the optimal height of a retail commercial building.
But you could do...
Can you do retail and 2 floors of residential within the 35 feet? I didn't know if it was possible.
Well, you got 16. No.
No,
You couldn't.
you need 40.
You need at least 40.
Yeah.
40, okay.
Or just a hair below 40.
Yeah.
But you could do retail with offices up above, or you could
Right,
do
or the
2 levels of
the
offices.
project you just
Yes, you
approved
could.
on South Laurel was 33 feet, and it was, they were 2-story units. So,
Because the units were 2-story, then
the
it would
units were
require
2-story.
that extra
Right.
structure.
And they went 33
between the
feet, and they
floors.
were a flat roof. So if you can imagine that one. It would be set back.
So what we would be looking for is consensus by the commission that you would consider, and again, this may not, we haven't heard yet that 30 feet is unacceptable, but we would like to hear if there is consensus from the commission with regard to lowering the height from a maximum of 50 feet down to 30 for commercial and residential, or up to 35 with a pitched roof.
This is for East Side.
Only.
East Side
East
property.
San Carlos.
This would come full circle.
East San Carlos Avenue.
Yeah.
only.
Right, that would be
I just wanna make sure
from,
I'm-
that would be for any property, we could say any property that has frontage abutting East San Carlos Avenue.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Deborah, you said the project we just approved was 33 feet?
Yes.
33, okay. Just want to make sure I got that right. I mean, that seems...
So any property abutting only East San Carlos Avenue, 30 feet to 35 with a pitched roof. You can have housing on the ground floor with a conditional use permit, and we maybe even in the purpose statement in talking about the mixed-use neighborhood for this area specifically, the intent would be to have a real mixed-use area and not allow all of it to go to housing, but that you would, the intent is to have a little bit of the service commercial retail uses there.
And that would actually give you the variation of some things being, 25, 26 versus some being,
Yeah.
35 with a pitched roof.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that concept on that piece of property, on that area.
And then 50 would be the height along Old County Road and the other areas on Laurel.
So then it would go back to this concept for the other MUN areas.
So in that drawing that you have up there, if there was a limit of 40 feet on the height, what
Yeah.
part of the stair stepping, the setbacks that we see there would be in effect for a limit of 40 feet?
At 40 feet high, that gets you to about here. So what you have is 1 story of commercial development or retail, and then 2 stories of residential above in 40 feet. Plus you'll get a pitched roof.
And each
So-
one of those levels would have to step back the way it's shown in
That's
this
correct.
drawing.
So if you went and said, no, we think that 3 stories is still appropriate in this zone, that's where you would be here, again at 40 feet. And what it essentially does is it gets you another level of residential above that.
Let me ask a real quick question here, which is, based on the FAR of 2.0 and the setbacks here, do you anticipate anything getting to 50 feet?
Deep the lot is.
It would be rather difficult to do that,
How deep are the
to be
lots?
frank.
100
And
feet.
you'd have to get a big piece of property together to do it. And the only way that I see it from an economic feasibility standpoint is you'd have to have underground parking. In these other scenarios, we're looking at potentially having surface parking or in-ground garage parking at the rear of the buildings. But to go underground, it's very expensive, and so you have to have more residential units to sell to make that underground parking podium-style development work. So you'd have to have a real big assemblage of property to get to 50, and it would be underground parking.
And you're never
That is
gonna-
not, and it's narrow too. Those are only 100-foot
Yeah,
deep
you're never going to do it
properties.
on East San Carlos Ave, because you can't do underground parking there. You hit the water table at
Say you
3
got a
or
water
4
table.
feet.
It would just be extremely expensive. That is not to say that it would be impossible.
Okay. Okay.
So again, we're looking for consensus from the commission on the first concept or an alternative concept to go to 40. But again, staff has made the suggestion that we believe 30 is acceptable in this particular location. We've heard from the neighborhood all the concerns that were expressed. And it is unique in that there's residential single-family on both sides of this piece. So I guess we could do a straw poll or whatever the chair feels comfortable.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
In a pitched roof, are you talking about windows in the roof?
Well, that's
Dormer windows?
that would be possible if, like a dormer roof is what they would call that, so that you may start the pitch down all the way down here and go up,
The reason
and then you'd have a dormer window
The
there.
reason I ask that is because I think that's one of the neighborhood's concerns, is windows facing their property. And so we would have to, if that were the case, then we would have to deal with landscaping.
And I think there's a landscape buffer already proposed at the
Yeah.
rear yard, isn't there?
I'm thinking
it's
the concerns and how we address those types of concerns through the design process.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, given this diagram, and I think I'm looking at the same one, there's a tree there that just goes right to the top of the home itself. So even if you had a pitch roof with a dormer, you couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
Unless you put you put a little scrawny tree in or something, but I'm sure this is a pretty big tree. Looks like it's 20 feet tall. I'm on page 101.
If you if you go 3 stories, you're probably going to have a reasonable amount of parking, which means you're probably going to have that in the back, which means your setback back there will probably be more than 20 feet anyway. So that may solve the problem. The design of the unit of the building may solve the problem itself.
Yeah, that's why I'm comfortable with allowing greater height if there's enough other constraints in being able to effectively design something.
Yeah, well, I could live with 30 for a flat roof, 35 for a pitched
I would
roof.
just go with 40 feet and let them work out what
Yeah,
the
and you
design
got-
possibilities are, and then I think you could get much more interesting buildings in the area architecturally rather than putting this lid on.
You got 20 feet rear setback.
Mm-hmm.
What do you need for a car?
Well, if you're going to park a car, it's 18 feet.
Okay, so.
Plus you need a 20-foot backup, so that's 38. You're ending up with
Okay, that's a
38
lot,
feet.
okay.
And you've got to
Yeah.
have a 10-foot landscaping buffer in there.
That's true.
So that's 48 feet.
Okay.
Now you're on the street practically.
I think we're back to the bikes.
Except that I think these lots may be 150 feet. And not just 100 feet. Yes.
Would it be insane to allow it to go up to 33 feet so that we could allow something like what we just approved on Laurel to be there? I mean, then you have two-story, sorry, my throat's going.
Yeah.
Then you have two-story, apartments. Not that I loved that. I think I'm on record saying I didn't particularly love the design. I'm just wondering, from a height standard, if that makes a big difference.
I think you can accomplish that with the 30 feet with a flat roof and 35 with a pitched roof.
But you're limiting the number of floors that they can build to make it be an economically viable project when you start limiting it at those heights.
So, just so I understand, so your thought is that at a 40-foot point, you have a better opportunity for variations from 2 to a 3, let's just say,
The
2-story
number
to a
of floors,
3-story.
what it's going to be used
Yeah,
for.
no, I understand. I
architectural
completely understand what
design.
you're saying. So from a visual standpoint, it's not like you're going to see row 1, row 2, row 3. It could be a two-floor building and then a 3-floor building, and so it has a little articulation from a skyline standpoint. You got this huge tree in the front, which prevents this whole visual thing that you're talking about, Scott.
But you're not going to have a tree in the front. Okay.
I'm just going by this picture.
Right. So that's say the rear yard of Montgomery Street. You're not going to have trees in front at McHugh, and so that's why you're also dealing with the other side having residential also.
Yes.
Where you don't necessarily have that setback on the front of the building. We're only talking about the rear of the building.
Correct.
So
Which is what overlooks the house.
both sides will overlook
In
the
the-
houses.
in essence, that's what
And
happens,
so
true.
that's where you run into the problem. When you start getting to 40 feet, you're really getting very tall very quickly.
Yeah.
And because it's between 2 single-family homes, that's what's very unique about here. It's less of a problem on Laurel Street because you've got a street in between the single-family homes and the buildings. But here you've got residential on both sides.
Right. Oh, I understand that. I was just trying to understand what
Yeah.
Karen was saying.
And so I understand what you're saying, trying to give them as many options as possible.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go to 40. Like I said, I think 33, with the exception of the pitch roof, but I'm fine with 30. Nobody likes my odd numbers. That's fine. But
I see where you got the number.
I got it from the project.
Yeah.
I just make it up.
But
33, 35-ish would be as high as I'd want to see it.
And I think that there are 2 different pieces of 2 different sections of this street. One has individual lots that may change, whereas the other has one big lot that
One
may
large
change
lot.
all at once.
Right.
And those may be two totally different
Project types.
projects.
Yeah, is there a better representation of this, or do we even need a better representation of having a residential unit on one side, a residential unit on the other side, and then having this industrial building that we're talking about, so you can really see?
An industrial.
Is it in here? And I don't.
It is in there.
Mixed use.
Can someone please direct them to the page? We do have one in the industrial zone there. It's very similar to what you see here, but the setbacks are different. So if we
No,
could,
all right, well, yeah, but what I'm saying is this shows the house on the right, it shows the industrial building on the left, but it doesn't show a house on the far left, which is isn't that what you're talking about,
more of a
Scott?
streetscape section, is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
so you've got two residential houses, and then you got this industrial building in the center, would probably be helpful to visualize what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think we could do that. We could certainly provide that in the zoning code, no question about it.
But we don't have one now.
Not that we show two streets, no, we don't have that now. We only have this one section
area.
like this.
Understand.
So that's all we've got at this point.
Well, we're making an exception for it, so it seems to me you'd want to put what it's going to look like.
That would be fine, yeah.
So it sounds like there's a majority consensus for the 33 feet. Is that
Yeah,
what you had mentioned?
I don't have any
With
problem
the
with that at all.
35
Or 35, whatever we were.
Yeah, well, 35 gets you the
Right,
pitch
well,
roof.
I know, I'm hearing not 40, but I'm hearing 33, 35.
Yeah.
Is that
You
is
want to
that
go
correct?
33 and then 35, or 30 and 35?
I think that gives flexibility to do something a little bit different, like what we did with Laurel. The extra 3 feet may make a difference. However, I'm pretty easygoing on it. If everybody else wants 30, I can. I'm cool.
It's up to you, Steve.
I like 35.
For the pitched roof.
With the pit, what you had mentioned, a pitch roof, flat roof. 30.
Then what we're discussing with the flat roof is 30 or 33.
I had suggested 33 based on the last project, and he had suggested 30.
All right, I'm okay.
If
with
you
that.
just made it easy and just said 35 either way, would that
Not to exceed 35.
create a problem from your perspective on the neighborhood?
I think that when we were talking before, when all the people were here from the neighborhood, we were talking 2 stories and 28 feet. And now we've
Or at least
gone from
talking 30,
2
right.
stories to 20 and 28 feet to 3 stories and 35 feet. And I think that,
Seems like a nice
I would-
compromise
I would-
between that
40
and
and
the
the-
50.
I understand, but I think that we'll have people back.
Well, I think that's going to happen here regardless, so.
Yeah. So,
So you can do, again, from a development perspective, you can do this configuration in 30 feet. And what happens is, really, you get 28 feet with a 2-foot parapet for a flat roof. So that's what that little piece is there. That's about 2 feet of parapet.
wow.
If you go to 35 at 2, they will build all the way up flat roof to the 35. So if you just say 30, that'll get you a solid 2 stories with the ground floor commercial and one level of residential. 35, again, you have to have that extra 5 feet for a pitched roof.
Yeah,
or
that's
they
what I
won't
thought
do
we were
it.
talking about, was the
Right,
pitch
so
roof.
the 35 with the pitched roof, if you do 35 with a flat roof, it's
It's more of an impact.
Full.
It's
Because you
more
get
of
a
an impact.
flatter,
It's more of an
higher
impact.
building.
Right, right.
Even though we did see recently a 33-foot-high building,
I was
You
just
know.
giving you that for comparison, not as a sample to necessarily put
I-
here, but just, because I think the question was it a 1-story or a 2-story living unit? And you could have a 2-story living unit within the 35 feet portion of the building, could go up.
I think if
So-
you have a
sorry.
35 with a flat roof, you're going to end up with residential for almost the whole street.
All right, well, let's do 30 with a flat roof and 35 with a pitched roof. Cool.
Actually, that's what I thought we were doing, so.
Yeah.
That's what we,
Okay, so if we could take perhaps a straw vote on this one.
I wasn't there
Dave,
for that, so I didn't.
Madam Chairperson, a straw vote to see if people agree, say aye on that issue.
Okay, so everyone in favor of the 35 feet with a pitched roof and the 33 feet?
Nope, 30.
30? 30 feet for the flat roof, only on East San Carlos Avenue.
Oh, yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, good. Second consideration with regard to this, a straw vote, do you agree to allow for 3 floors of residential with a conditional use permit, or two floors of retail ground floor and residential above as a permitted? I think it was already a permitted use, wasn't it? So that's the second thing that we'd like to ask you about.
Can you say the second part of that again?
The second part would be, the permitted use would be just this, which would be ground floor retail use with 1 floor of residential above as a permitted use, which is currently proposed, I believe, right, staff? And then the new component to consider is a 3-story residential building in that same height.
Oh.
But that would be,
Again, that goes to
Still
economic
30 feet.
viability.
Roughly.
but you're saying that would be a conditional use permit, so it would have to come to the planning
Have to go to the
commission.
planning commission.
So in lieu of that, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So we're saying, does the planning commission need to review? If
Do you
it's-
agree with
if
3
it's
stories and 30
floors of
feet?
residential, or could that be permitted?
Or not? I mean, because what we heard tonight is people said, we don't want 3 stories, but really what people care about
Is the height.
is the height, the bulk and mass. Now, Scott brought up the fact that people do care about privacy and windows, and that can be dealt with as part of design review, which would also go to you as part of a conditional use permit. So you would be able to address those 2 issues. So what it does is, again, it gives more flexibility to have a variety of uses. It's more economically feasible, I think, to do it that way. You're going to get maybe some actual things occurring out there. And so that's why that particular issue.
So would you suggest then to have it the same conditions, and they can either do the configuration 1 or configuration 2, which would be 3 floors of residential at 35 feet with a pitched roof as well?
And that should be a conditional use permit.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I understand.
And the reason for that, everyone will get notified of that, so that they can bring, and we can address the issues at that point. The other thing I want to mention with this is that there was a development that was done on the old city courtyard, Loriola Oaks, at the end of the street. That was originally proposed to be 3 stories. It ended up being 2 stories, and so that's what's there already, is a 2-story building. So that's what people are going to look at as
Benchmark, so
as the benchmark.
Right.
The thing with that is it's only 30 feet. Okay, so it's 2-story housing, but I think it's about 30 feet.
We've got real pitchy roofs there, as I recall.
And they have pitched roofs.
They're very pitchy roofs.
Okay, so now I'm not sure that I'm hearing agreement on this. What is going to be permitted and what requires the conditional use permit? It sounded like you were saying regardless of what they build is a conditional use permit.
No, I was
No,
saying that a 30-foot building with a flat roof is permitted. A 35-foot building with a pitched roof.
That's the reverse of what Al is proposing. What Al is proposing is if it's 2 stories, 35 feet, 2 stories, which is the mixed use, retail on the bottom, 1 floor of residential, which is the zoned mixed use, that would be permitted.
Maybe I said it wrong. So the 30-foot with a flat roof.
Because it's 3 floors of residential only, so it's not mixed use.
That's the 35-foot with the pitched roof.
No.
No?
So I think we already got consensus on the first part, which was the 30 or 35 feet.
Regardless of use.
With 2 stories.
Right.
So now what we're asking about, are you okay with looking at a 3-story residential building in that same height, footprint, both of those in that height, 30 or 35, but with a conditional use permit, so that you'd have to notify the community and you're getting 3 stories of residential there. So that's new. That's a new idea, because again, we're lowering the heights very significantly here, almost 15 to 20 feet from what it is proposed now.
Right.
But again, in order to make it real from a zoning regulation standpoint, I think that you're going to need more flexibility. Otherwise, it's just not really as viable.
And we can get that through a conditional use permit?
Yeah.
So
it would have to go to the commission.
So it makes sense to me that if you do 3-story residential, then we ought to do a conditional use permit. But if we do the mixed use,
That's
then
permitted.
that's
Okay.
permitted.
Is that a motion?
Okay.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So
Yes.
that's, so is everyone
Yes.
clear on that?
And
The
I agree.
permitted use is the 35-foot, 2-story
Yes.
mixed use. The conditional use permit would be 3 floors of residential only.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So that was,
So-
I think everybody said
Yes.
yes to that.
Yes.
Very
Yes.
clear.
Yes,
Okay,
we all
good.
said yes.
Got a consensus
Ready to
on
move
that.
on.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
Mask, where are we moving on to?
Okay, I'm getting clarification, additional clarification for where we are at this point. We got to page 100.
Right.
We've got that cleared up for East San Carlos Avenue so that we can move on that piece. And we were looking at which of the things that Scott had mentioned we were in agreement on and which ones we may not be. And what I was hearing was that there was not agreement on setbacks limitations. So that we will need to go back and discuss that. So then I guess the question would be, how it would be possible for you to summarize your different comments by the type of comment it is, because like some of them have to do with the type of usage.
I guess we could make it really easy and say a setback from any single-family home should be 30 feet, okay? And if you think about that, you're always going to want to put parking in the back, okay?
But
Are you not?
Where are we talking? Are you just on East San Carlos Avenue again?
No, I'm
No, I
talking.
think he's
I'm
talking all transitional,
all
right?
transition. See, I think
Okay,
at
so
some
you're-
point
but you are
we need
talking
to look
transitions
at, we look
from-
at transitions from single-family homes to whether it be multifamily homes, whether it be industrial, whether it be commercial, whatever. There ought to be a setback that should be there. Okay.
And there is. You want the number to be bigger.
I think that when you look at 20 feet, it's not that big of a difference, okay? Think about 20 feet,
No, I know.
okay? Is this 20 feet to the ceiling? So that's your setback,
Yeah.
okay? Between a building that could be 30 feet, starting at 30 feet, and a single-family home.
Okay, so now what if you have the situation on Laurel where you've got the alley in there? Do you have the alley and then you have to go 30 feet?
I don't see roads being, I don't have a problem with roads counting
Within the 30.
within the 30 feet.
So we're only talking about properties that abut one another.
Yeah, that's all
So-
I'm talking about. I'm not talking about
Okay.
anywhere else. I'm talking about those transitions between what exists as a single-family home and something else. Those are the places that I think where we actually have the biggest number of problems, and that brings out people.
So I'm moving the zoning map around to show you the areas where this would apply. Now, there are areas here then at the rear of Old County Road, so these abut residential with no alley behind. Here we have an alley along South Laurel Street and Central Laurel, right? For the most part, I think there's an alley, at least back in this area.
Yeah.
And then the other area would be here, where we have this transition with no alley here. I don't believe there's an alley there.
It might be a street. I think there's a street there.
Oh, there's a street behind
Yeah.
there.
That's why you actually see
And there's a
it.
street here, so there's no transition there.
Right.
So really, we're talking about,
And Old County already has buildings on it in all of those locations, and in fact, one of those buildings on the corner of McHugh and Old County has a 30-foot straight-up wall right on the property line. And you want to look at something that never should have been built. That's a perfect example.
Is that like 5550 Old County?
That's,
Is that what it is?
I don't want to say the name of the, yeah. Okay, yes, it is.
Give us a point of reference.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, I know which building you're talking about.
And the backyard of the house next door actually has moss growing or mold growing in the backyard
doesn't get
because
any
it
light.
doesn't get any light.
so it would apply then to these areas mostly here.
It would apply, yes. It would apply along Terminal, Hall Street, the thing between Hall and Terminal, and it would apply at the other side because it wouldn't apply on Industrial Road because that's a road that separates everything. But north of there, it would apply to the area that abuts Northwood and along Industrial.
All this. Yeah. Oh, you're saying over here, huh?
Over there. So it would be the single family on Fairfield and Northwood that
Right here?
that goes there.
You're seeing more setback in these locations, wherever it abuts the single.
Wherever it abuts single family homes, I think,
Right here,
yes.
right here. And the current setbacks are different for each of these locations. Is that correct?
Yes, I think in some cases they're only 5 feet, and in other cases they're 20 feet. Because it's industrial heavy, industrial light, and mixed-use neighborhood. But every situation, they're all identical. They're all single family with something else right next to it.
But it seems like some of them, I haven't looked at all of them, but it seems like where they are adjacent to a residential area, it's at least 20 feet for the rear yards.
And Scott, you would like it
So-
to be 30 feet.
I would like to be 30 because in most cases, you're actually going to have parking in the back of these buildings. And that's an obvious place for parking because we're trying to move things up to the street. So if you're going to have parking in behind here, why not just make it 30 feet?
Parking behind what?
Behind whatever building, because when you look at industrial heavy and when you look at industrial light, the idea is to push the buildings to the face of the street, okay? Which means that's where the bulk of your building is going to be. So why not just say we're going to give a little bit more setback in the back?
So So economically, you're not affecting the viability of the property, you're just pushing the building closer to the front and putting all the parking in the back.
Essentially, the idea is push the building away from the single-family.
I understand that, but you got to make it economically viable.
Absolutely.
So if you got to do something with the space.
Yes.
That you've now made as a setback.
Yes, and you have to have parking for these buildings,
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
So why wouldn't you put it in the back and do what would make your neighbors much happier? Does that make sense?
Well, it makes a lot of sense, except that's not going to make your neighbors happier. Because they'll be complaining about
it's not happy.
I mean, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah.
Really, it is.
I know.
Someone sitting in their car listening to a radio during
Yeah,
lunch
it'll be,
break.
exactly, or my kids are in the back screaming, or the dog's barking, it'll be something that will upset them.
And that's where all the trash containers will be.
Oh, yeah.
To be picked up, will be in the parking
They can't
lots in the
come till
back.
noon.
7.
Is that what time it is? 7?
Yeah.
7. I mean, you can't start construction until 8.
Right.
So
So what is the reaction of staff to increasing that setback to 30 feet?
I think it's a reasonable idea.
It's not going to be an unreasonable expectation in terms of how the properties are being used and limit their use
So
excessively.
we're not changing anything else, as one of the commissioners said. You're really just moving them forward.
Yeah.
They're still getting the same FAR, the height. I've seen this in other Bay Area cities. It's not an unreasonable idea. And
can you put 10 feet of landscaping in there, and then they still have 20 feet of parking and
exactly. That's why we had the type
right.
of buffer yard. So
Yeah.
I think it's a reasonable proposal.
Okay, so that would apply to, I guess, page 101 for the industrial district?
I think it would apply to
And-
anywhere, so we just create a transitional standard for any time a single-family resident abuts a commercial or industrial
or multi-use.
multi-use.
Well, and I don't think commercial is set up with anything right now. At least I didn't see it in here.
No. And everything that's there already stays. We're not changing anything that already exists.
I don't think you. Yeah. But where do you have that? I think it's.
Right, that's what I thought. So we're looking at industrial and the multi-use.
I'm sorry, the multi-use.
Multi-use.
Yeah.
Multi-use.
I agree.
And then the question would be, does it apply to the residential multifamily?
No, he's just doing something.
Between the residential single family? Which we don't have in the East San Carlos Avenue area to
Right.
discuss, but
have a lot
it's a
of-
similar situation when we move into the other area of San
you're right.
Carlos, so.
I mean, you can make it so that, you can make it so that roads count towards that, or streets count towards that 30 feet.
Well, like the alleys currently
Yes.
do.
Yes.
Okay, so do we have consensus on that? Is that,
So
Clear
just
as
to
mud?
clarify, we're industrial or commercial abuts single-family residential, is that correct?
industrial or multi-use?
Where
Yeah, multi.
commercial,
Yeah,
industrial, mixed
Yeah,
use.
multi-use yeah, okay.
Yes, all of
We're
it.
okay. We're okay.
You're okay with that, those three?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. And was everyone okay within the different restrictions on different types of uses that are adjacent to the mixed-use neighborhood? It was on page 65. Scott went through a list of different things, the artist studios, convenience, no liquor stores, no price point stores.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
And staff had made a couple of recommendations as well So you're okay with those?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and then what were we going to do with the explosives storage?
We're okay with the suggestion.
Just storage.
Because
We're
it's
not
the-
talking about normal use or anything like that. We're
Right, it's
talking
the 500
large quantities
Right,
that
500
are
foot
just being
setbacks from
stored.
single family. We're okay with
So we're
that.
clear on that. Okay. So then the question would be, we have these remaining districts, public and semi-public, airport district, planned development district, gateway overlay district, hillside overlay district, neighborhood hub overlay district, and the steam development and maintenance overlay district, most importantly. Or stream, not steam. It makes more sense, doesn't it? So are those districts that we have any new concerns that haven't been addressed with the other districts? Do any of these have any of the setback issues?
No.
Okay. So then, I'm wondering if any other comments that you have in there that might help to clarify the zoning or things that where you would like to ask for clarification, would that be something for us to have staff look at a list of those and then address them at a continued meeting?
I only have one or two more things
Okay.
to get through the whole base overlay districts.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What are those
And
items?
one of the items is on page 107, and that is under park and recreational facilities. Wait a minute. Public. And my concern is that no building structure or improvements shall be constructed in these areas. And one of the places that is in the parks and recreation is the 4-H farm. And I wondered if we could give an exemption for the 4-H farm. Because it does have buildings and structures.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then the only other thing that I had was just in the Gateway Overlay District. We actually talked about,
Which page are you on?
I'm on page 116. And I just wanted sort of some clarification of Holly Street east of El Camino, which my guess is the gateway thing, the gateway area there, which is the hotel, the potential hotel site. And it looks like buildings must be located with required setbacks within 30 feet of the corner. I was just trying to figure out if that building, actually it's, I'm trying to figure out if anything in there says that the building needs to be right up against the street.
It just says, I think, that the buildings have to be at whatever the setbacks may be, not necessarily at the street, because they're different base districts that are under the gateway overlay.
Okay.
I think that should be okay.
Okay. That's all I had for the base and overlay districts.
Districts, okay. Any comments on the districts from? Okay. All right. So looking at that it's at 11:30, I'd kind of like to just check in and see what we want to have as our goal for this evening. What do you think is reasonable, Al?
Well, I guess I'd like to ask if there's any other significant or critical issues of any of the commissioners with the remaining areas of the zoning code. If not, we could take forward what we've heard and prepare the minutes, and you could take a motion on the whole thing. So it sounds, if you are not far away from completion, you could, in theory, take your motions this evening. If there's still some critical issues that are remaining, perhaps continuance is in order, and we come back in 2 weeks and try and work through those. So I'd kind of ask the chair and the commission if there are any other significant issues that rise to the level of discussion in the remaining sections.
My only issue, and maybe this is in the wrong place, forgive my newbiness, is with enforcement. I'm wondering where a code enforcement officer may fit into this, or maybe it doesn't. Does that go into a different document?
Yeah, and, in terms of responsibilities, the code enforcement officer, actually, it would be the community development director and or designee. So us in the pit here, we're designees.
Right, okay.
As would the code enforcement officer be.
Yeah, and the duties of the code enforcement officer and the actions they can take are in the municipal code.
Okay.
And we will be bringing those changes to that forward to the city council in the near future.
Okay. Great, that was my, it seems like enforcement was another major issue with our community members who came today, so I just wanted to make sure that we had addressed it. That was my only other big issue.
I don't have any big issues. I will tell you, I think you guys did a fabulous job. I've been at this since the very beginning when you got hired, Mike, and you've delivered a fine product. I'm sure not everybody's going to be happy with everything that comes out of any of these type of things, but you did a good job.
I was actually going to reserve in my comments that when I was selected, I got the old binder and I almost was going to bring it, and I just can't tell you what a wonderful difference it is looking through this as opposed to looking through the old binder, and the form-based code and the graphics and the organization of it is just fabulous. So you guys did a really, really good job.
I have 3 or 4 issues in the rest of the thing.
Okay, that are significant ones. Let's hit
Obviously,
those.
Scott doesn't feel the same way.
No, I do. I think that they've done a great job. I think that there are just some things that I would like to discuss. And one of the things that we talked about before was tightening up or at least I talked about, was tightening up the height limitation above the 50-foot limit, and whether we could soften that a little bit. And in one case, it's 20 feet above the 50-foot limit for...
Where are you at right
Why
now?
don't we just go to 10?
141.
Why don't we just go to 10 feet? We do want to allow solar collectors and some of those.
And I agree. So can we go 10 feet?
10 feet, 10 feet. That's
10
good.
feet would be fine. I'd be willing to live with that.
Great.
Okay. Another thing that I saw is under landscaping, I would like to make the wording so that, actually, it says see page 218 for the wording. So 218 says, All landscaped areas shall be permanently maintained in compliance with Chapter 18.18 landscaping. Can we actually use that wording for at the beginning of the landscaping chapter? So when we require landscaping, and especially in places like where I did in the Residential Design Review Committee today, the assumption is that that landscaping is going to stay in place for the life of the project.
I don't think you can.
Yes, we can do that.
Can you do that? Can you legislate that?
Yeah, so if a tree dies, you replace it. I mean,
So but in a residential environment, you can't tell a homeowner to replace a tree.
For new development, if it requires a conditional use permit.
In the
you can-
CCNR, that's different.
Yeah, but if it's,
We
yeah.
would just say that all developments subject to the landscaping requirements shall be permanently maintained. So you've got the single-family exemption.
Oh.
It's all the
cover-
other,
yeah, it doesn't cover
everyone
homes
that's
anyway.
subject to the landscaping shall be, we can take care of that.
right, okay.
Who's using it.
Okay. And then, okay, so there were two more issues. The first was the unbundling of the parking, and I guess my question is, did we work out the enforcement of that unbundling of the parking, and how we do that? Is that part of the conditional use permit for the building or the CCNRs? Is that how we?
Normally, it would be handled with case-by-case approval in the CUP as a standard condition.
Okay, great. And then on page 208, under 1AI, it says, if the measured ambient noise level exceeds that permissible, the allowable noise standard shall be increased to reflect the ambient noise levels. And so I just want to make sure that this doesn't, and this was what one of the residents from the east side was talking about, where because you're in a noisy area, now your noise ambient level and standard level is increased to a level where anybody coming in can.
Why don't we just take it out?
I would live with if you take that out.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's confusing anyway.
Because it seems like people who are located where there's noise already, it will get even more noise.
Very good
And I don't
idea.
think that's the intent.
It's struck.
Okay.
So 1A, I and I, or I little I and two little i's, that's all struck?
Yes.
Okay.
Last one. Under 281. And I know that everyone here except Angela has served on the Residential Design Review Committee. And it just struck me as odd one day that we're allowed to tell people what color their houses can be. And I really had a problem with that, because I came out of one of the meetings where I wasn't the chair, but I came out of that building and the person that I was walking behind went, "The city just told me what color my house can be." And I thought, can we take color out of there?
Let's take color out of D and E.
And how does, and actually down in C under design review criteria?
Yeah, we'll just take color out wherever the words color appear.
Is everybody okay with that?
That's what I wanted to make sure everyone was, I mean, I'm okay with that from my own experience on the residential design review, because I think it's a good topic, because sometimes people do need a little advice, but I think sometimes there's too fine a tuning on exactly, well, what shade of tan would be most appropriate.
I think when they come to the table with their little palettes and stuff, they've already figured out that that's what they want to paint their. I don't have a problem with that, but there have been instances where folks on that committee will go, I think it should be a little darker, and it really is kind of obnoxious.
The only thing I would oppose is, a bright purple house unless it was a Victorian. You know what I mean? Like, unless it was completely inconsistent. But
How about tasteful colors?
My house
But
is
I would never
purple,
tell-
No,
has
Mike?
purple trim.
Right.
I understand,
Really?
it just,
bright purple.
okay.
Not bright purple, but it has a purple trim.
Well, there's nothing wrong.
Lion's purple.
I lived in a nice purple house. I'm talking,
Because like on D, I think if you said exterior materials as they relate to each other, to the overall appearance of the project and to the surrounding development implies the texture, the color, the.
Right there, that's okay.
Without saying color.
Yeah, okay.
It's
Right, I think
implied
you've got
in that.
you have some other ideas. In the interest of, I think it just makes a lot of sense to take out the word
Just take it out
color.
altogether,
Yes,
right?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Because I'm saying, well, you can still read into this that it is within the scope of the design review.
Right.
If the colors don't seem appropriate for the neighborhood. That's
Yeah, I
part of
agree.
the
I mean, I
design
don't
review.
think anybody should tell somebody what shade of, that they should be painting their house. It's ridiculous.
Over the top.
Okay.
I think I'm done.
Okay, any other burning topics that anyone wants to address of what's included in here before we
No.
move on?
Good, thank you.
So I would ask the staff, are there any areas where you feel like you don't have the clarity to move forward? Any of the topics where you've, made little notes and you're going, what are we going to do with this comment?
We're good.
Okay? Okay. Great.
So I think, Madam Chair, what we would do is we'll take everything that we've heard and prepare the minutes for your next meeting. And so there you'll have a record of what was said tonight. We won't have the graphics, and we can do this. We have enough time to get you the minutes and get you feeling comfortable with your actions before the city council hears the zoning ordinance. So that's what we'll do.
In the meantime, can you go back and look at the graphics and make sure that at no point are we over estimating the size of things relative to one another?
We'll definitely take care of those problems.
That may come back to haunt us if somebody says, well, the picture shows that it's 50% and the wording says, 30%. Why can't I go with what the picture shows?
I'll take care of it, I promise you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move to continue? Is that what we should be doing at this point in time?
Yes.
Yeah, he'll get one.
Okay.
I think we're suggesting you
motion.
take the motion tonight, and then at your next meeting, you'll see the minutes.
Oh, when we approve the minutes, therefore we've approved all the changes. Is that what the thought process is?
Oh, okay, so this motion, and is there a second motion that we need to make related to the municipal code?
Yes.
Okay, so,
It would be appropriate to note that the motion is with the changes that have been suggested by the commission and agreed upon tonight.
okay.
Yeah, so at the end here where it says including errata, whoever makes the motion might want to add, and the changes made as discussed and made this evening.
Okay, so, who would like to make the motion?
I can do it. I think I can read it pretty well. It's hard. I move that the planning commission acknowledge, I think that's the corrections to the 2030 general plan land use map, and adopt resolution of the planning commission number 2011-03, recommending the city council adopt title 18 to the San Carlos Municipal Code, the zoning ordinance, and zoning map to include the zoning title text and zoning district boundary to Title 18, including errata and changes made at this meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That was everyone.
It's very hard to read.
It is, it seems like the screen has more light on the right-hand side and less on the left, or maybe it's just my eyes.
You can read this right here.
Try to read.
Put those.
Here, Here,
makes
I'll read this one.
Okay, so this one didn't have I move, but the
Okay.
Planning Commission.
I move adoption of resolution of the Planning Commission number 2011-04, recommending that the City Council adopt amendments to the San Carlos Municipal Code, Titles 8, 9, 12, 13, 15, and 17, including errata, based on the findings incorporated in the resolutions of the Planning Commission, and for the reasons stated in the staff report.
You didn't make any amendments to those.
We did make an amendment, or we suggested a change to the noise.
The solid waste exemption.
Yeah, including the,
Do we include that here, or is that a separate recommendation to the city council?
I thought that was a recommendation.
including the changes made tonight to the noise,
Including the recommendation for changes.
including the recommendation for changes.
There.
Because there was also another one change between and two adjacent for the auto sales. So
Right.
that you can do auto sales on Shore Way.
Yes.
Right.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, is that
Yes,
any other
that's it.
actions we need to take relative to the zoning ordinance?
That concludes the actions required of the Planning Commission this evening.
Okay.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the commission.
But thank you for putting all of this together. Good information. Okay, moving on to reports, correspondence, and general information. Is there a report on recent city council actions? Okay. Any planning commission comments or reports?
Nope.
Did you have anything about what's happening with In-N-Out Burger that you might like to share with us?
Yes, another, let's call it an ex parte communication between myself and Ben Fuller, where I asked him to email the neighborhood the results of their meeting with In-N-Out Burger, and his email stated that they had had a very good meeting with them. There were several suggestions. The leading one that they felt that In-N-Out Burger would be willing to do was to plant trees along the back of the neighborhood to block the view of the light. They were also going to explore the idea of some sort of screen that would block the light, but they seemed to think that the idea of planting trees was more to their liking. And so they've gone back to somewhere in Texas to consult, and we'll get back to the greater East San Carlos neighborhood in 2 to 3 weeks.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments? Nope. Okay. Any correspondence? Any planning staff comments, reports, or updates of current projects?
Schedule the East Side Connect project that you heard about tonight and may have gone to one of the sessions at an upcoming meeting, and you're all invited to stop by at the farmer's market because we'll be there on Thursday night, the 4th, as well. And that's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
This meeting is adjourned.